Oh, you just go ahead and have that on there, huh?
What?
It's just our, it's just so it just starts.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's supposed to just start. We'll see. Okay, there we go. All right, and then you have to close this one. That's it. We should be good to go. Yep, I think we should be good to go. Okay, and then I'm supposed to go away. Oops. Go away. I'm supposed to have, where is that? Oh no, where did I put it at? Crap. I put it in a file. Does David make you do this too? Or you have to project something up on the screen?
Mm-mm.
Ugh. I think I should mute myself.
Morning. Kaylee, are you in an alleyway?
I am. This is our very fancy conference room with orange brick.
Good
Morning, everyone.
morning, Alex. Here we go again. Do we have Leah and Joe? Do we have a quorum? I see Joe.
So this is Alex Tuttle. Joe is, I'm filling in for Joe today.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Leah is on yet.
Let's do.
Excuse me. Chris, did you get resolved what you were looking for with the meeting minutes?
No. It looks to me like the last three items we have, the description and comments are from the previous meeting, if I'm not mistaken. I looked at the lot specific comments and they were ones that we had from before. I don't see anything new. So Alex, I don't know if you're able to look into that while we're getting going.
Yeah, I saw a tremendous amount of notes that they don't, they look so odd, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what that is. Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. I remember what we talked about. I mean, we should have it for the record. Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah, well, I can't remember if we're on for further conceptual or if they're here for preliminary on those, so.
I think they're for
I think we're-
preliminary, and one of them, I think, is for final too. Isn't that right? I think they were.
Are you talking about the preserve projects?
Yes.
Yeah,
This
those
is
are just
conceptual.
conceptual.
Yeah, conceptual. They're all conceptual. Remember, we're just now looking at the story polls. So,
Is that right, Alex Tuttle?
Yeah, just conceptual.
Okay,
that's what the agenda is listed, Chris.
right, but that's the problem. I think it's old, the description, and maybe it's not, I don't know, but it just seemed like all the comments were from the previous meeting and we don't have any of the new comments shown.
Yeah.
So,
Is there
Chris, if
any-
you're talking about the items that are up today, 2 are for preliminary final and 1's for not for preliminary final, but the previous
Right.
meeting was all conceptual.
Right, so we don't have the current description or comments for those on today's agenda. So we need those.
I think Steve Fort has them because you guys sent them to us. So before we get up, I'll have him send them to you.
Well, yeah, we kind of need them from staff.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Hold on. When do we know when it was last heard?
last meeting?
Last meeting. Okay.
That would be the second. Do we have Leah yet? I don't see her. Oh, maybe. County PAD host.
And also on the creek side, I didn't see any comments in there. On number 4.
Number 4.
Hi, Chris. Sorry, I was working with an applicant who needed an invite to today's meeting. What did you guys need? Did I have outdated minutes on the member copy of the agenda? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, description and minutes. So it basically says they're still on for conceptual.
Oh,
So
no,
those,
correct. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alex.
no, you finish and then I'll jump in.
That is correct. I spoke to the planner, and they are only okayed to come back for further conceptual. They are not okayed to come back for
Okay.
pre at this time. So she had me update a few. I think the grading quantities are a little bit different by maybe 2 or 3, and then she had me put them on for further conceptual.
Okay, how about the comments? They appear to be from the previous meeting. For all 3 of those.
I will take a peek. Do you remember the date that we last heard it?
On the second,
On the second.
No, it wasn't on the second.
Oh.
So I'm looking at those minutes right now.
Okay.
Maybe it was the one before that.
Maybe, let's see.
Anyway. Oh, we have from the minutes that we're going to review today, we have lot 12. Lot 14, so I think we did see it last time. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
No, because I would have had to recuse myself.
Right.
And I
Okay,
don't
so it would have
think-
been the meeting before, right, I think.
Okay, so I'm looking at the September 18th right now. We viewed lot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's it.
Okay.
I'm pretty positive, we saw this one for that first round where we saw all of them.
Okay,
And then I think we split up the 5 lots and then we took out these 3 for today's meeting.
got it. So it is accurate then. So I apologize.
That's all right, it's early.
Yeah. All right, so can we begin? I think we have everyone. So let's. What?
I'm ready.
Can I chime in about 12, 13, and 14?
No. When we
Were
get
you
to
guys
it,
just discussing 12?
when we get to it,
Oh.
Steve, you'll have an opportunity.
Yeah, so
Three of you
Okay,
get-
I've just been told,
Hold on.
You're breaking up, Steve. We cannot hear you.
okay, well, let's bring this SBAR meeting of October 16th to order, beginning with item number 1, which would be public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda, then raise your hand now. Leah, do we have anyone? I see one hand up from Julia Larway.
Julia, are you looking to speak on a specific item? If so, you can put your hand down, but if you're looking to make comment for just general comment, then go ahead and leave it up and I'll allow you to speak.
Okay, it's going down.
Just waiting for a specific item.
Okay, thank you. Item 2, agenda status report. It looks like I'll have you tell us, Leah.
Mr. Chair, we do have the one change that is noted on the agenda, so it's being continued until basically indefinitely. It doesn't have a specific date when it would like to come back.
Okay.
So I don't think that we need a motion for that one because we aren't really continuing it to a specific date.
Okay.
If you feel better about actually making a formal motion, we can do that. But other than that, I have no changes to today's standard agenda.
Okay, so that was item number 3 that will not be heard today.
Correct.
It is continued indefinitely.
Yeah.
I don't think we need a motion for that.
Perfect.
All right, so item 3, the minutes from the last meeting of October 2nd, we will review and fine tune. And so for anyone in the public wondering what's going on, it'll be kind of quiet here for a while as we fine tune the minutes from the last meeting.
Chris or Leah, if you give me control, I'll put those up on the screen.
Sounds good. There we go.
Leah, can you do me a favor?
Uh-huh.
Chris might have me run a few items on the agenda today. So can you hand me send me that handout that kind of maps out the way the discussions, the way the order of the.
It's on the first page of the agenda, Josh.
Oh, that's right. I always forget that. Thanks, man. Never mind.
I have a question. Leah, those minutes, they do say October 2nd on the first page. Now, the other pages say something else. The heading on all the pages talk about, I think they talk about September 18. That is not correct, right?
That is not correct. So I'll update that date
Okay.
in the header for each page.
Okay, so beginning with, I guess we did the consent.
Leah, how do you and Joe work this? Do you make the changes or do you want me to?
Alex, normally Joe makes the changes. He normally uploads it from Box. You know what? I'll send it to you via email. That's probably a little bit easier. Hold on.
I just pulled it off the G drive.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, he just, he'll make the corrections and then he'll label it as approved minutes, and he'll throw it back into the box file so that the planners can find it.
Okay.
Also, before we get going on these minutes, I also noticed that the file sizes for the Foothills projects are far too large. They're 50 megabytes kind of minimum. So if the applicant can, flatten layers and reduce those sizes by the time we get to those items, that would be a big help, because it really causes problems when files are that large. So can somebody confirm that they'll work on that?
It's not fucked. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I think I brought it to the staff's attention 2 days ago.
Yeah.
We do have a maximum file size of 10 megabytes or so, 10 or 12, I forgot, because it's, if you have an Adobe Acrobat program, you just go to reduce size PDF and they all shrink to the nice size and they open nicely and we move fast. That's really should be the standard. And, I'm not sure how many times I have said that. I'm a little bit frustrated myself.
Yes, agreed.
Chris, I'm actually downloading those in the background so that I can run them on.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to suggest that you download this whole folder and makes everything go a little faster. So.
To that point, though, I was trying to do that before I came on, and it's just a lot to do. It actually crashed my browser for some reason.
Yeah, I downloaded the whole folder yesterday. It was 500 megabytes. So, and the reason is because of those huge files. So it's really, we say it every week, but somebody's got to get it together over there.
You just can't say it enough.
I guess not. All right, let's move on to these minutes here, and we'll get to that next. So item 2, coordinate with planner for irrigation requirements. Board suggests increasing level of planting varieties. Yes, that's fine.
Do we know who seconded that motion?
He goes by XX.
Xavier.
I don't remember.
Okay.
That's fine.
Alex, if you could just leave that highlighted, I'll go through and listen to the audio and see who made the second.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thanks, Leah. I think on item number 4, 4A, we said
I'm wearing a hotspot for my phone, or from my tracking the same, but
I just can't. I can't navigate it on my phone.
so I got a hotspot.
Can you, if you're
Hey
not,
guys,
please
you need
mute
to
your,
mute.
yeah, I got it. If you guys are not speaking or at the moment, just please remain on mute. So item 4A, the board does not support raising the height of the greenhouse roof. I would say due to its location and visibility from the freeway. So take the last sentence there and add it to the first. And then we can separate out, and that we're concerned that would set a precedent. That makes sense, Alex?
The greenhouse roof due to its location and visibility from the freeway?
Yes. And concern for setting precedent.
All right, good news. I got those downloaded, Chris.
Okay.
So it shouldn't be an issue now. I'm gonna check real quick to make sure I'm right about that.
Mr. Chair, going back to 3B, shouldn't we eliminate the word other? And public, so the board is concerned, I guess, about neighborhood compatibility. That's a big umbrella, can cover everything you may
Yes.
want. But I don't think we should, we're not concerned about the public commenting on other,
Yeah.
right? That's not something that is.
It's not in our purview. I agree. So board is also concerned with public comments and neighborhood compatibility, like comma and neighborhood compatibility.
Well, I think we're concerned about neighborhood compatibility, not concerned about the comments.
Okay. Well, we should be. I mean, but I understand what you're saying. So yeah, board is also concerned about neighborhood compatibility. It's 3B.
So on 4A then, to that same vein, that last sentence, do you want to modify that?
Or, sorry, which one? 4.
The last sentence of 4A, which talks about odor.
I'm not seeing that.
Oh, well, I modified the last, I guess it's the second to last sentence.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like the board should not be concerned about the potential increase in cannabis or flowers or corn or whatever it is the production is.
Yeah, we could just remove that sentence.
Okay.
So 5B, return with photo simulations of property boundary. Oh, okay, well, I'll just leave that. I was gonna say it was mainly along Cravens Lane, but I think it's overall, so. So 6C, instead of restudy, I should just say remove. Remove louvered vent. And then maybe consider alternate ventilation method.
If we're on number 7, I think G, I don't know if that should be included because it was when we all thought that the rendering was showing a concrete wall that we realized was a hedge later. Or was that relevant to a different wall?
I was always referring to the 2 walls that are on the structure, not the hedge. And I think,
Okay. Good. I just wasn't sure.
yeah, there was a little confusion there, but I think the point was taken by the architect.
Sounds good.
Well, on E, where it says proposed 30-inch hedge should be widened, it wasn't 30-inch. I thought he was proposing a 9-foot hedge.
They were
Yeah.
saying 30 inches wide.
Well, then we should say wide.
Yeah.
Okay, proposed 30-inch wide hedge could be increased.
Mr. Chair, I feel that in this project, the return with the landscape plan, I think it's a really, we haven't seen any landscaping. We just
Yeah,
saw some provision for some kind of a green barrier between properties, and it was drawn like almost like a wall. I thought it was a wall actually in the illustration. I think we.
Alex, I think there's some confusion about this because the last meeting, they, if you recall, they referred back to us on that item and said that they'd established some kind of neighborhood plan that would, I guess, I assume turns into their homeowners association, but they'd already defined what could and could not be done in terms of adding or subtracting. I assume this falls into play with like adding or subtracting fencing, landscaping. And if you recall, what we asked them to do is come back and inform us of what had actually been approved. I understood that had already been discussed at Planning Commission as part of their application, but I don't think we know about it. So it's hard to understand what we're reviewing. I think that's what was confusing. I'm hoping that they're coming back today with some clarity on how we should analyze that part of it. Because
Are we talking about this
like,
number 7, Josh?
Yeah, 7E.
Oh.
Oh,
I thought you were referring to the. I'm sorry. This is what happens when I'm downloading files. Barely.
Yeah. Okay.
Two
So
things at once here. I
later.
thought you were referring to the what's the project called that I'm talking about? The
reserve.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. No. We're still on number 7, which is 3525 Padaro Lane. And to Alex's point, item E, Alex, it's sort of buried in there, but that should be more prominent, maybe. Alex Tuttle, to return with landscape plan.
Yeah.
I think you can move it to the start paragraph E with return with landscape plan.
Okay. That's what I just said.
Yeah. For clarity's sake, yeah, I agree with that. I'm sorry, I was out of order.
Can I ask just a clarifying question? On C, it says the board supports the variance with the right to comment further on mass, bulk, and scale at the next meeting. But then
previous. So there's a couple. Where's that?
That's on C.
C.
No, I think we should eliminate that. We already talked. We did that.
You can say
you saw story polls, right?
Man. We could say the board supports the variance, period. We don't need mass, bulk, and scale because we already talked about that. We also can eliminate D because that was provided.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Any other questions on that one, Mr. Tuttle?
No. That seems to clarify because you all had seen the story polls, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then they showed us that second floor awning thing.
So you're not expecting to see it again until after it gets its permit approved.
Right.
Okay.
Do we have no comments on 8?
No, it was fine. 8 was fine.
We should put something then. Board finds the application acceptable.
You don't need to.
No? Okay. So item 9. What do we want to do about the Italian cypress? Because they keep coming back with it. I guess we'll
Well,
just leave that in
it
place.
does say,
Yeah,
so item C is redundant because we addressed that on F.
Okay.
Well, I think C was that stepping deck out on the corner,
okay.
which
see.
that's another one where we've repeatedly said that it was overcomplicated and it still comes back complicated.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're correct. The other one is the rooftop. This is a front deck. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Apologies. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I think the comments are good. Yeah.
Okay, so then on F at the end, I just say, so board supports rooftop deck conceptually and suggests incorporating existing railing elements from project into deck, comma, rather than the iron railing that was proposed or something like that.
Yeah.
Instead of the proposed iron railing.
Yeah.
And I think it's not existing, right? Is that incorporating the
That's true. I think it's proposed for the main level deck is what you're trying to match.
yeah, and suggest matching railing elements from project into deck. How about that?
Yeah. True, because it's not existing.
Okay, one more time. Board supports rooftop deck conceptually and suggests matching.
Proposed railing elements from project into deck, comma, whatever I said before.
Instead of
Instead of the proposed iron
Okay.
railing.
Got it.
and finally,
on item D, did we talk about that already?
No.
Well, it says concrete decking that wraps around the southeast side runs right into architecture. What does that mean?
I don't remember that.
That's a
Actually,
reckless driving.
I think the intention was to suggest that they should break up the paving with planting, but I don't know if it's worded properly.
that's southwest, isn't it? Southeast side runs-
If the north arrow was up as it should have been, then yes, it would have been the southwest corner. Can't remember.
runs into architecture. That still doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I think, sorry, Josh, could you scroll back up to that one?
M9.
We might be able to eliminate the first sentence and just
Yeah.
study
Say
opportunities for foundation.
Study additional opportunities for foundation planting to soften. That's it.
Mhm.
Let's take a look at 10. Scroll down.
So how did you want to end with 9D?
9D. Just say, remove the first sentence and say study additional opportunities for foundation plantings to help soften.
the concrete decking on the southwest. How about that?
Okay. Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Regarding the sun screening, I did have the comment to ask if they would do a solar study to make sure the sunshades give shade to that lunch area. I don't know if that could.
That's item I.
Well, I was talking about the sun screening, but it looks like it was more about adding shades to the southern elevation. Could we just, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is it consider additional sun screening in outdoor dining area and consider adding sunshades on southern elevation of northern building?
Sure. And I mean, they did have a little bit of shade sail over the picnic tables, but I
Oh, you're
did.
right. It needed more. So I think we can.
Yeah.
That was a good comment. So also, let's see, item E.
I mean, I think, on the southern building, that's a long exposure, which is you first see it when you drive up there. I think it should have, or at least consider putting sunshades over all those windows on that elevation, which are very regular because of the modular thing. And I think that would, break up that military look so much.
Well, didn't we talk about adding landscaping along that side? I think it's okay. Item K.
We did, but we also, letter F, I think we should add more to it because we talked about the southern elevation in general, as well as the southeast corner, were not developed well, that they needed more diversity, more shading, and more landscape.
So
you
go ahead.
Can you fine tune that, Val, to give to Alex?
Yeah.
Well, it could say, however, south elevation and southeast corner appear military barracks-like and should be restudied.
Yeah, it's okay.
Add sun protection, architectural interest, or
I think what we were asking for is what we were talking about. I think I made these comments that we wanted more articulation in the roof line so that we don't have just one straight ridge line.
Right.
So maybe just, I think that my opinion was that raising and lowering and breaking up the roof ridge line would be acceptable way to treat that kind of monotonous condition.
That's in comment D. So maybe we should tie that specifically to the southern building. Item D.
Put
Or
D
do
in
you
it.
want that to apply to all buildings?
I think it was both buildings. Yeah.
Yeah.
The raising and lowering of the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's hard to do. These are modular buildings.
No, they're not.
You have to change
they're
the
not
floor
modular.
line too.
No, they were, John, but now they're not. They're
They're
stick
not
built.
modular.
The original application was modular. All right, so where are we here? D is
Well,
fine.
I'd like to go to H anyway, fencing along.
Can we
Insulated or
can-
step.
Can I make a request that we just go line by line and
Yeah.
we're jumping around a lot. I can't really track.
All right,
Yeah.
yes, exactly. So I think A is good, B is good, C is good, and D is good. For E, front entrance.
Wait, why don't at D add after the last word, roof line, comma, particularly the southern building?
Okay,
Because they did try to do some work on the northern building, but the southern building was just one big box.
True.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, they did drop on either end of the northern building. Okay, so then for E, front entry is underdeveloped for a school. It should be more prominent. Remove the next sentence. Consider placing bell in bell tower, or actually consider new locations for bell and flagpole,
Yes.
because they did try
Yep.
putting the bell up on top. He said it looked like a locomotive. So they've already explored that.
Okay, that's a good comment.
And then consider making door and window articulation more interesting at front entrance is fine.
Yeah, basically the comment was just for them to study the front entry and make it more pronounced and formal instead of just kind of hidden in the rest of the building.
Right.
I think that was the comment.
And then, so we're on to F, and I think you got that one, Alex. Yes.
There was some trailing comment that I wasn't sure if I was to add or not at the end after it says restudied. Am I supposed to do something about adding sun protection over windows or?
So Val, can you maybe repeat what you'd said? Because there was something about right after however you changed it up to. Do you remember?
I changed it to south elevation and southeast corner.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Then how about just add sun protections on south elevation? Let them figure out what they want to do about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, G, shed details need further study. I don't really remember that.
That's not really, it's just that shed finish should be brought to level of the rest of the project.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay,
it's right in the middle of
I
everything.
think he had noted that they hadn't studied it, and so that's why we added that comment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we should expand on it a little bit. Shed details need further study, comma.
Bring to level of rest of project.
Yeah, or match architecture of other buildings or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, he already knew what he was going to do about it, so.
Right.
You could say shed details are inconsistent with the rest of the project.
Yeah,
or
either way,
the
it gets the
project.
point across.
Okay.
Fencing should be undulated or stepped.
Or step. Now, I think delete the word top.
Yeah. Okay. Sun screening is appreciated and could be expanded. Consider adding sunshades on southern elevation of northern building. And
I added consider additional sunscreens for outdoor dining area.
perfect. Item J, undulation of planter walls is appreciated. Return with further developed landscape plans.
Okay, can we make it more assertive? Second sentence, start with incorporate additional landscape into front entrance, etc.
Yes. Okay, so we already have real study location of flagpole. So you could, if you put that in the upper one with the bell, then you could remove it from J.
Okay.
Or L.
How about this, okay, second sentence? Because I know that usually, I'm saying this, I'm being specific because usually school districts are pretty tight with landscaping, and I have experience on that. How about this, the third sentence to say, add large shade tree near front entrance?
Yeah. And how about instead of study ways to integrate planters, just say integrate planters or trellis arbor along site fence?
Yes.
Excellent.
Nice.
Remember, we need to, let's make sure our comments are reflective of what was said at the meeting and not revisions to what we said. Okay, guys?
No, it was. That was all legit.
That was all said.
Okay.
All right.
Asking
Anything
you guys
else?
to be careful.
Anything else from any items from anyone? Any comments? Somebody want to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
I'll second it.
I will step down on a couple of items that I was absent. I have to recuse myself from, which one was it? Items. And excuse me, I'm going to remove my motion because I have to step down for a few items. So somebody else, please make the motion.
John, go
I'll
ahead.
make them.
Okay, Val. Val. and
I'll,
somebody.
yeah, I'll make a
Somebody
motion to
second. Second, anyone?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I recuse myself on items 5, 6, and 7.
Okay.
Because
And I
was
recuse
absent.
I'm going to recuse myself from items 1
Yep.
and I think that was and 4, correct? And 3.
4.
I was trying to.
All right, so motion carries then. If Josh, do you need to clarify which items? No. Okay, moving on. Staff update. Item 4, SBAR informational briefings. Anyone have anything to share?
Look, I do. I want to talk briefly about. I think this board needs to really be careful about safeguarding our reputation and our credibility. And there's been several instances in recent reviews where we're getting into issues that are beyond the purview of this board. While I understand that the public may not understand our purview and our charter and how things operate, and they may come to us and ask us to hear about things that aren't in our purview, we can be sensitive to that and listen to them, but we really need to stay on track with what our purview is and not make it confusing in this process between what Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors are doing and what we're doing. And we're an aesthetic board. We're here to review and look for compliance with the zoning ordinances, see if they're consistent, at least that, and in other words, guys, we're here to not to create the equations. We're here to look at the solutions and decide whether or not they're consistent with the applicable zoning ordinances development code. And I think we just need to be careful about that and not make it confusing for people participating in this process with us to be confused about whether or not we're reinterpreting or bringing our opinions into policies. And everybody on this board was probably asked by the board of the supervisor that appointed you to bring an impartial point of view to this and be impartial and not have your opinion sway you. That we should review each applicant based on its merits and judge them in terms of how they have applied the code and the zoning ordinances that are given to them, and not, exceed that. So, we have a pretty serious job to do, and we should stay in our lane. That's what I'm
Okay, thanks. To that end, also, we've run into a lot of gray areas too, to be fair to us. We've asked for a lot of direction from staff, trying to figure out exactly what our purview is, because we've had a lot of questionable items that we're trying to, understand what our purview is with regards to neighborhood compatibility and such. So we are doing our best here to ask for guidance from staff as well. So I don't think we're, too far off.
Amen to that.
Also,
Yeah. Actually, on that same note, I would like to request that on the numbers of cannabis projects that are going to be coming our way, that we in fact do get more input from planning staff and that they help familiarize us with their process, and it will make our process go more smoothly. So yeah, we need that input from planning. Yeah, I think the planners should be available for these at our
Agreed.
meeting.
Well, just, that letter from the Carpinteria planner, enumerating the points that they have in their program. I mean, we can't be responsible for that. And if the applicant doesn't make those notes or satisfy that on his submission, you know, how are we supposed to know that? You know, if it conforms to the planning program.
Right, we're getting a crash course in trying to get educated on what their process is. And we need more help with it.
Well, we could also read section 35 of the, the county's plan and understand what we're here to do. I mean, it's pretty clear. Like, we have findings for approval. We have 12 of them. Read them. They don't say that we're supposed to try and figure out things that we're talking about. And it's not just about cannabis. It's happening on, like, we had a project before us that, high density housing, and there's a lot of opinions about whether or not there should be high density housing or not, and where it should be. But these aren't issues that this board's here to find for, or just decide on, or discuss, or reinterpret. Like, the applicants go into the process with an understanding of what's available to them based on what the zoning ordinances say they can and can't do, and what the development code says they can and can't do. The planning staff's job is to interpret that, to make sure that they conform. And we look at it from a design standpoint to make sure that the design conforms to that. And we have to look at grading and landscape and architecture. But we're getting into policy discussions that are taking these meetings off track. And I think it's problematic because it makes it confusing for people to understand where to take those grievances. And some of those aren't here, and it's not our concern to debate those or worry about them. I think the expectation is we're supposed to know better, and to create impartial review and keep our opinions parked, and how we feel about policy isn't important here. It's whether or not these projects comply with the given zoning ordinances or not, and move it on. And every applicant and every citizen has the opportunity to appeal any of these decisions and take it up the chain. And there's plenty of safeguards for that. So I don't think we should feel so
All right, we need to move on.
responsible for resolving that for people, and just I think we need to be impartial. We need to give each applicant a review that's based on the merits of their application, and see if they're doing their complete work.
Gosh, we're moving on. We need to move on. But point
Yeah,
taken.
well,
And also,
you guys had you spent plenty of time in the last 3 meetings talking about it. So I'm going to take a little bit of time here. That's it. I don't want to talk about it anymore either.
okay. So I also want to reiterate for everyone, members and attendees and applicants, that these meetings are going way too long, and we need to be more direct with our questioning and comments. And if you're a member of the public that wishes to speak on an item, as Josh was just saying, we have a certain purview, and we're an aesthetic board, and we can't comment on whether or not cannabis is appropriate for this location, or, like, as Josh said, if housing is appropriate for this location. We're here to look at aesthetics. So just try and be, short and succinct. And this is also not a philosophical class. Anyway, what's going on here with all the noise? Okay, so briefly, I want to recognize Steve Fort, because he's been asking to make a comment here. Steve, you have a minute. Is there something crucial that you need to discuss before we get to your projects later?
Yes, thank you. I had got cut off before. The Cox service at our office died, so I'm on my phone. There was a comment about the compressed files. I did upload, and they should be in the box folder, some files that start with the word reduced, and those should be in there. They're less than 15 megabytes.
Okay.
In each one. So I hope they were there the last time I checked. I can't get on right now because of the
Okay.
Cox outage.
No worries. I think we got it straightened out, Steve. So Josh,
Can I also, I wanted the minutes from the last time we were here reflect that we were coming back for preliminary and final for 12 and 14, and for 13 we're coming back for preliminary. I want to clarify that.
Hi,
Well,
so if you guys have a moment, this is the planner, and I can address.
we'll get to that when we get to those. I think Alex, Tuttle, and Leah, can you maybe talk with these guys on the side and inform them of where they are in the process, so that we can move on here? It's almost 10 o'clock. We haven't even started.
I'll let Nicole do that. Nicole, if you and Steve could talk offline, that'd be great.
Okay.
Call my office number.
Great. Thank you, guys. So
please.
Is there a staff update?
No, let's proceed.
Staff update. We had no consent today. So we're moving on to the standard agenda. This is item number 1, 20 BAR 00119, the raw land development new. Okay. I'm gonna.
Sorry, Chris, do we need to say which projects we're recusing ourselves from, or do you want to just do it when we come to it?
Yeah, you should tell us during the informational briefing. So now's a good time.
Oh, sorry. I need to recuse myself from item 5 and then 7, 8, and 9.
5, 7, 8, 9.
I believe I'm recusing myself today as well.
Oh, not 6.
Item 3, item 4.
Okay, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm also not sure if this is when I'm supposed to say this, but I had a conversation with Jay Higgins of the Creekside Project. And Leah said I should note that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I would like to note that I also had a conversation with Jay Higgins.
All right. So item number 1, Mark Lloyd, do we have you present? Or who do we have on the design team? Please state your name for the record.
Ken Minot, Appleton Partners. Paul Robeson,
Okay.
Appleton Partners. Isaac Hendricks, Appleton Partners.
And Mark Lloyd, LED Consultants.
Okay, so we have 12 minutes for presentation here, 12 to 15. So just try and keep it, succinct. And so whenever you're ready, Josh will be controlling the screen. So if there's certain files that you want opened, just let him know, or if you want to move to the next page, tell him. And so go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, it sounds like we have some panelists that are trying to get into the meeting. By the way, just pay attention to that, please. Sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so on to the applicant here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable board members. My name is Mark Lloyd, representing the public for you. Josh, can you put up the site plan so we can start with a general overview, brief general overview? There was within the submittal packet a site plan. I don't think it's part of the architectural set, but we can just go into this here. So the project before you is a new residential structure of about 3,964 feet that is proposed to replace an existing residential structure that is about 3,500 square feet, 3,260 square feet for the building and a 240 square foot carport. You can see from this drawing here that the existing improvements are shown in black line. You have the L-shaped house, the carport at the end, a pool and pool deck and pond and other landscape accessory improvements. And then in a red outline, you see the proposed outline of the footprint of the new building. There is access driveways that come up from both the north and the south, as you can see, leaving both from the upper part and lower part of this plan sheet. And generally our development is within the existing developed area of this property. The roadways, driveway access to the property needs to be improved. The original house was built in 1960 and the roadways going up, the driveways going up are 8, 9, 10 feet wide in some areas. So we're having to widen them to meet minimum fire department requirements. The house has a basement in it, but generally the grade that is here is going to be sustained. There'll be an excavation for the basement. Perhaps we could move on to our proposed development plan view, Josh.
Yeah, can we step back and can we just review where you guys are on the planet first? I'm just trying to figure out where.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to get the overall site plan. So we are off of Cathedral Oaks Road, up La Patera Lane, which is a private road, The house site is about a mile from Cathedral Oaks Road. Yeah, you go into the.
There we are.
Yeah,
All right.
So Cathedral Oaks Road is a public road, as we all know. La Patera Lane is a private road that goes through the Stowe Ranch property and then up to this house. And there are other properties beyond this 5-acre property. As I said, we're about a mile up the road. The public views from this, you can see this house up on its knoll, but a mile away, it's a very small area to look at. And there are no other public views to the property other than Cathedral Oaks Road.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Josh. If you could move on to the proposed site plan.
Hold on, this thing's not loving me right now. Hold on a second.
Well, Josh, I'm glad it's you running this rather than me.
Yeah, I'm really good at doing 5 things at once, I guess. All right, here we go. This is what you wanted. Sorry for the delay.
Yeah, that one there. So here's the proposed house site. As you can see, there is the building footprint outline, and then there are adjacent deck areas to the south and to the west and to the north, with the entry to the east side. The property is a 5-acre property. It's planted out in avocados at this point. They're older. It's somewhat of a decrepit avocado operation. And we plan on taking those all out and replanting the entire property and other adjacent property owned by the same owner with brand new avocado orchards. So virtually the whole area up to the deck areas and support walls that you see there, it will be an avocado orchard. So there's really not much landscaping to this other than landscaping that would be in the formal developed area. And then of course out front of us to the driveway approach. So if you go over to the sections there, you can see the existing finished grade in a red line. And can see that, again, the house is, I think we're graded down about a foot or so on the existing pad now, which would be at grade when you remove all these foundation and pavement improvements. And then in the second section down, or through all these sections, you can see the basement area that is the understory under the house. The house is generally a 1-story structure. And above what is shown as the garage here is another bedroom, which is the only 2nd-story element on the property. So that's sort of an overview of the site. The grading with the excavation of the basement, there'll be some excess earthwork that will be deposited on site. We'll blend that into the new orchard plantings that we're going to do and use that to repair any, long-term erosion features that we'll encounter there, which I'm sure we will. So we'll be taking care of the grading, excess grading on site. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Paul Rubinson to talk about the more detailed architectural design. But I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Josh, if you want to go to the next page. So here we're showing both the proposed basement and first floor plan. We do have a full basement under the footprint. And on the first floor level, we've got a master wing at the north end. We've got the entry is on the east. You'll see a pathway going out to that drive that we're developing that extends both to the north and south of the property. And then we have at the core of the house, a great room that's a living room, dining room, kitchen together. And then we have in the lower right-hand corner, the garage. Josh, if you want to go to the next page. On the second floor, stacked over the garage, you can see that additional bedroom. And as Mark pointed out, that is the only 2nd-story element in the design. If you want to go to the next page, Josh. These are the exterior elevations that we've developed. The top east view, you do see the garage doors. We're looking at using a stone veneer, stained wood elements for beams and rafter tails. We have a clay tile roof. So we're using very natural elements. We have steel and glass doors and windows, and you can see some chimney elements for the fireplaces extending above the roof. And if you want to go, let's see, I think we've got one more page here. So these are additional exterior elevations as they wrap the master wing, which is off at an angle, taking advantage of the orientation of the existing house and existing development of this area of the property. And then if you go to the last page, we have a couple of building sections studying the relationship of the different levels. We have a section at the top there that's cutting through the first floor, seeing the great room with the basement below it, and then the bottom building section is going through that area where you see the bedroom over the garage, the basement area that's below that part of the building.
Thank you, Josh. I'm Paul, and Josh, could you please go back to slide 6, this one, beyond this, where they were showing the elevations, this one right here.
Mm-hmm.
We are subject to hillside ridgeline in this location. We do have the 16% fall off within 100 feet. So the structure has been designed with a 4 and 12 pitch. So the highest element is at 19 feet with that 3 additional feet that's allowed by ordinance. And then if you look at the bottom elevation, which is generally a westerly elevation, you can see that we have a series of landscape walls, and per the design that is in front of you currently, a couple of corners of those walls get up to about 13 feet. We have since been working on some redesign features in response to our planner's feedback letter that dealt with the walls and some other elements of the code that we need to address. But generally, our proposal will still have walls that will probably be at their highest, perhaps 10 feet. We believe that doing things that'll be right up to this building around it, and the avocado trees will be, at least 10 to 15 feet high within 4 or 5 years. So, and there are no public viewing points that you would actually be able to see that kind of resolution, as Cathedral Oaks is over a mile away. So we believe that there'll be substantial screening on this to private views and to other views of our neighbors in the neighborhood here. So we believe that having one wall rather than 2 walls stacked with a 3 or 4 foot wide planter between them is actually minimizing the footprint, minimizing grading, and is more conducive to balancing competing policies. And as I said, we're reworking that more and try to minimize that. But at this point, we are looking at walls that might be as much as 10 feet. We have started to develop some visual simulations to show that. And we would be presenting that to you here in the future. And I believe our time is up in order to be brief here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, so if there's nothing else, so you do not have a landscape plan at this point, correct? And you're here for conceptual review.
Yes, with the notion again that we're going to be avocado orchards all the way up to the perimeter of the development side, with some form of landscaping around the building in the garden areas.
Thank you. Bring it back to questions from the board. Let's see, Ms. Grubb, questions?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak?
No.
Mr. Peugeot,
No.
Ms. Froscher.
Do you have photos?
Yeah, we submitted a set of photos with our application. They are within the box of the county. I'm sure you're hearing that all the time. But there are photos with the application.
Yeah, so they weren't in our box.
Can we go to Google Earth, Josh, to just get a sense of what the land is like?
I can do that. Chris, while I'm doing that, I did have a question as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you kind of answered it, Mark, because I was going to ask you if this was a ridgeline, rural, or hillside, and so you kind of dove into that. And I'm actually looking at a similar condition on another project in the county right now. Looking at how to apply development areas and where we have slopes of over 30%. Can you kind of talk a little bit about how you guys are handling that on this project?
Yeah, I can talk about that if you like.
Let me see if while I'm doing that, I'm going to try and bring up you guys' project here.
So within the recently adopted Goleta Community Plan, or East Goleta Valley Community Plan, under the geological section of the plan, there is a prohibition within the policies that speak to prohibitions of development in slopes that are over 30%. The purpose and intent of that policy, as stated in the policy, is to preserve slopes from development that are 30% or more. What we are achieving or attempting to achieve here, we believe that we will do that, is that our existing development envelope, which is basically defined as you look at this Google Earth view here, which is defined by the building and the hardscape, and pursuant to the definition of development in the LUDC, also includes landscaping. And so when you look at those three basic elements of this existing site, there is part of the existing development that is encroaching into 30% slopes. And since the goal and objective of the policy is to protect 30% slopes from development, and if there is already development on 30% slopes, there is no achieved goal of the policy by precluding the adaptive reuse, if you will, of those areas that are existing development. So in essence, what we will be proposing is our total development, building, hardscape, and landscape will be contained within the existing development footprint of the property as it exists. And we believe that isn't running afoul of the policy, because the policy is to prohibit development of those slopes to preclude development from happening in them. And there already is development in portions of those, which we intend to utilize with the rehabilitation of this site. So Josh, that's how I'm going at it. The Goleta plan is relatively new, and I'm formulating a response letter along those lines with for P&D's review, and I hope that we're successful. And I think the policy interpretation I'm making is supportable and isn't even encroaching on a competing policy sort of evaluation.
All righty. Any other questions from the board? Val,
Again, at this view here, you can see the decrepit orchards that are all around this area.
I had one question. The second story, I guess, guest room did you explore the possibility of, using another part of the site for that? It looks like there's some room. It's a little, I don't know. Yeah, so I guess that's my question. Was that ever considered to be at ground level? It's kind of the only part of the house that's popping up.
Well, I think that if we were to relocate that and have just a one-story structure around here, that square footprint would need to cannibalize, if you will, our deck area. I would point out to you that there is a rather superb ocean view looking over UCSB and the airport from this southerly and westerly deck area. So there is an aesthetic there that's quite outstanding that we are looking to take advantage of, as any good designer would.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so that basically, yeah, like you just said, kind of flies in the face of getting through the process. So, okay, that's all my questions. So we'll bring it to.
And I would point out that the solarium that is on the existing building is rather a tall 2-story element. In fact, exceeds hillside ridgeline as it would currently would apply.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Go ahead and raise your hand. I see one hand go up. This is Irique Home. And sir, whenever you're ready, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Hello. My name is Irique Home. I'm the next door neighbor in the house in the picture there. I just had a couple of questions related to the driveway. It's talking about the expansion of the existing driveway. Can you clarify? I guess Mark talked a little about it, but can you clarify if it's the south or north driveway that you're talking about expanding? Because obviously our concern there is just that, as Mark pointed out, the south-facing driveway is not has some problems, and bringing up heavy construction equipment there would probably cause part of the road to slide out. So I just want to make sure, if we're talking about bringing up heavy equipment in the south-facing driveway, that some improvements are done there too. And also during that possible expansion of the south-facing driveway, how we will access our property during that construction. That was all comments I had.
Okay, can we get a brief response from the applicant for those 2 questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the driveway that we are proposing to widen with the plans currently before you is the northerly driveway. I am starting to work with the fire department on fire and safety access to the property. I would anticipate that the fire department may want to take advantage of the south driveway too. We are looking at, what modifications might be able to be done there to make that a better approach also. The reason that we're widening the north driveway, as you look at this Google Earth image here, you can see that the north driveway is much more conducive to fire department required radiuses versus that very hairpin type of design that is on the south driveway.
Is this the highlighted portion that I just highlighted? Is that
the north one's the highlighted one. The south one is, you can see to the south of Terra.
Yeah.
So that driveway was more conducive to improving it for the required access and minimizing grading and walls and whatnot than it is this very hairpin south driveway. However, with that, and I've had discussions with Mr. Holmes' spouse, that as we use this driveway and as it needs repair after the construction, we will make those repairs. And I think we're also looking to work with Mr. Holmes as to maybe improving some of these turns and just making general minor improvements as the fire department would like to see and as we and Mr. Holmes would like to see. And I just don't have a scope of that, but I can assure him that we intend to work with him as we have been communicating with him and Ms. Gova on this project. So
okay, thank you. Sounds good. So any other members of the public? Does that answer your question, Mr. Holm?
Yes, thank you very much, Mark.
Okay, thank you. It's like I didn't see any letters in the folder and don't see any other hands up, so we'll bring it back to the board for additional response or for consideration of findings and conditions of approval, basically comments. So let's see, just go in the same order. Member Grubb, do you have comments?
I would just like to see a landscape plan and at least the first edge of the agriculture as it surrounds the retaining walls.
Okay, wherever, okay, I'll get to that. Let's see, Member Verdiak.
you know, what's the height of these windows here? You know, on the elevation, which would be south, I guess. Or it says, well, anyway, I can't read it, but we have this glazing on this elevation. What's the head height on that?
Those are 10, yeah. So the ones on the south elevation at the bottom of the sheet, those are part of the great rooms. They do have taller windows there. They're 10 feet tall.
Uh-huh.
And again, it's to take advantage of the views from inside that space.
Uh-huh.
The walls are quite deep on these, and there's also the overhang over that larger window, which I think will shadow and shade that from any reflected glare.
Right.
Okay, John, comments on that?
No, the damn phone's ringing, but you know, you know, I mean, it looks like a really interesting project, and
Hello, we are
I
not
mean,
available now. Please leave your name and phone number after.
We'll come back to you. We'll just mute you, John.
Yeah.
Or mute yourself. All righty. Member Peugeot, comments?
Yeah, it seems like a well-designed project. I would like to see the landscape and also the south walls that Mr. Floyd was talking about. I'm intrigued with that comment about the instead of stepping the retaining walls, just to go with a single one. I'd like to see some sections and some more details on that. I like the materials specified, and I think they're top of the line materials, except for the tile that is mysteriously called clay tile, and it needs to be a two-piece mission tile, because that's you know, you're talking about steel windows and stone walls and so forth in a you know, 8,000 square foot piece of development, and it should be top of the line materials, and that includes the two-piece mission tile. Other than that, I think it's a very well designed, you know, if the materials hold, the steel windows, stone walls, good tile, etc., good landscaping, I think this would be a very nice project.
Okay, thank you. And actually, oh, put her hand down. Elizabeth Simmons, I saw your hand up. I don't know if you were public comment for this item or not, but can you, you're on mute. Are you wanting to speak on this?
Don't forget about me, Chris.
Yeah, I know. Elizabeth, if you can hear me, you're on mute. So, but if you want to make public comment on this item, let me know.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes. Are you?
Yes.
I came late to this meeting. I'm a member of the public, and I'm very concerned about building in our foothills at this point in time when
Okay,
fire.
You have 2 minutes, ma'am. So whenever you're ready.
As someone who's paid a lot of money to live here, I'm opposed to any further building in the foothills with the fire situation we have and the conservancy needs that we have to maintain open space, which is why we pay a lot of money to live here. So this may be the wrong meeting for that, but I just wanted to say that I'm opposed to, even though it's beautiful, absolutely spectacularly beautiful project, I don't think we should be building right now in the hills. In that hill in particular. That's all.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, back to the board for additional comments. We were with Mr. Peugeot. I think you're set, Alex?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, Member Froscher, comments?
Yeah, I think I will be looking forward to seeing the photo sims that you're working on developing. I think to help see how the building sits into this complete knoll top setting that it's in, and to get a better understanding of how you're dealing with the site walls. I think the fact that it's all clad in stone is fantastic. It will help. The fact that this is literally a knoll top on top of everything kind of setting for the house. So just, yeah, looking forward to landscape plans, more kind of contextual site sections where we really see the whole slope and yeah, the photo sims. But it's a simple, beautiful design
Okay,
as drawn.
very good. Member Vertiak, did you want to finish up with your comments? Did you
Well,
give
yeah, I think it's a really interesting project, and in order to visualize the whole thing, and you need to see, or I need to see a perspective, or the thing situated with landscaping, and so I'd be looking forward to seeing all of those. I think this is a very good start.
Okay, good. Vice Chair Bloomer, comments?
Yes, I actually, I think I can echo Valerie's comments and John's comments. So I agree with their comments, and I would just reinforce that they just, in reviewing these type of projects with these kind of site conditions, the site sections are usually required. You appear to be on the right track, and it seems that we have a lot of confidence in it, but I think you should provide those. And I would add that you should probably do some little diagramming in the site sections to help us understand how you're applying your height restrictions, and how, there's usually a dash line that kind of shows how that works, so that we can understand it and make it, if there's any exceptions need made for architectural projections, or the roof slopes and things like that. It helps us navigate that. And that's all I have to say.
I think that's shown on the site development plan with a red line. And
yeah, I think what we're talking about is including those in your elevations and your site sections that you're going to potentially be providing next.
They're on page 3, Josh. They're
there, and they're up with the site plan. So I don't think we would repeat them on the elevation, because they're all shown. We do have the photo sim if you want to see those. It shows the existing house.
Actually, sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't even notice these. Can we zoom in? I'm going to zoom in on these. These probably are, I don't know, Valerie, if this is what you had in mind. I think you probably want to zoom out a little bit more, though. But
yeah, I wanted more of a complete site section, not these little vignettes.
Well, let's see here.
The photos are
okay.
helpful if you want to see them. And they're quite handy to see.
Yeah, John, do you want me to email those to you if you want to reference them?
I think you just bring them. Well, it's up to the chair what you do here or don't do here. So.
Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, go ahead. Is there a reason that they weren't put in before, or you just finished them yesterday?
Well, they were. We developed them with our planner's input.
Yeah, so you're allowed to bring material in if it's just for conceptual. So we're allowed to look at it, and if you can get it up there pretty quick, we can take a quick look at it. And while I make my comments, if Josh is done,
that'd be great.
We can also give you control of the, to share your screen if you want to go that route and make it faster.
Absolutely.
Okay, Josh, additional comments?
Yep, that's it. That's all I had.
Okay, so I concur with the rest of the board overall. I think, I mean, this is a 7,800 square foot house on top of a knoll. So that's, most of it is underground in the basement, which is good. But again, it is a knoll top and it will be visible, even though it's set back pretty far. I think that we're going to need some sort of a landscape plan. I know you're saying that it's just going to be avocado screening, but wherever you're doing any grading, you're going to have to show how you're mitigating erosion. And I think we could also, it's not too much to ask for a little bit of native planting around the house to set it off. And I think it would actually make it a much more successful project. I'm also a little concerned about the wall heights. You mentioned that you're sort of working on reducing those. I saw at least 15 feet out at the point. That's another reason with if it does come down to 10, that's still high, but if you do some, planting in front of that, that can help. And I think a big part of that is the size of the deck, I guess the main deck there on the south. Josh, if you want to go to just slide over to the site plan. I don't know what the dimension on it is, but it's enormous, and that really pushes you out towards that very steep slope, making those walls very tall. So I would encourage you to, consider maybe a reduction or redesign of that a little bit. Josh, can you slide over there to the site, or is it buffering? There you go. Yeah, I don't know. That just seems very, very large. So with that said, I think, as someone else said, you're definitely on the right track. Are there any other comments from any board members? Alex?
Well, I haven't noticed the deck. I think you have a very good point. It seems that that deck is really out of scale with what needs to happen there. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I missed that point, but it does push the corners really push the retaining wall sizes.
Yeah, you also have a very large driveway in front of the house. It'd be nice to push that house northeast, and it wouldn't, it could help mitigate that problem too. But I'm sure you have other reasons why it doesn't work. Alex Tuttle, are you?
It's Chair, quick. I'm just going to say that based on the site section presented, I'm going to withdraw my comment about site sections and the dash line. Obviously, they've done that. I think the only comment I want to replace that with, I think I was trying to say this before, but it was a pretty complex answer to the question about how to deal with the 30% slope issue. I think a lot of us are trying to figure that out. Just come back and try and show us how you're mitigating that with a little bit of clarity in the drawing, so we can understand how that's applied here. That would be helpful. It's a tricky one.
Okay. Mr. Tuttle, do you need clarification on any comments?
I think I got it.
You got it. Okay. And to the applicant, are you all clear? Do you have any questions? Minute of rebuttal,
We're
anything?
prepared to do a screen share and show you our in progress renderings.
Okay.
So I'll do that right now.
All right.
We have, this is the view from,
it's from La Terra Road, the private road down below on the valley floor looking up.
And this is us having replanted what is currently in poor shape, this hillside. We're going to expand the avocado orchard up this hill.
All the way up there already.
Right.
We're replanting it.
We're going to replant that. And then this is the proposed building as viewed from that adjacent road.
Okay. Good. Are you planning to do the rehab, rehab on the orchard before the house to get a head start?
Yes. We actually have, between this property and other adjacent properties, about 60,000 avocado trees that will be delivered in the spring. And so very shortly here, we're going to start a mastication effort where all these trees will be ground up and the organic material will be blended into the topsoil area and redo the irrigation systems and completely rehabilitate this area. And I think it's important for public members to also understand how important these avocado orchards are up in the foothills, to suppress fire events such as we've had over the last 15 years. I think the fire department has, fully recognized the suppression value.
Hey, Mark, we don't need to really get in that. This is the BAR.
All right.
Okay.
Let's stay on point.
Good.
All right, guys. I think that's everything. Thank you for sharing the screen. I think that helps. A few more views might also be helpful. So I think we're ready to move on to item number 2, which is 20 BAR.
Mr. Chair, how did you want this project to come back? Further conceptual?
I think we can, somebody else jump in if you want, but I think we could further conceptual and preliminary on full board. Seems like we're all pretty happy with the direction, so.
Thank you. That's our preference.
All right, thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
And Alex, you're clear on all the comments?
I think so.
Okay, thanks. Item number 2, Dan Chuck additions, 20 BAR 000120. This is for conceptual review of a 556 square foot first floor addition and 273 square foot addition to the second story of an existing single family home, less than 50 cubic yards of fill. This is 4395 Via Esperanza. And before we jump into this with the applicant, Leah, I have a feeling that we're going to need a lunch break today. So you might want to, get in touch with I don't know which ones, but probably at least the preserve lots will be after lunch, probably at 1.
Okay, sounds good. I'll touch base with the planner, and I'll touch base with Steve Ford.
Okay, and to everyone else, let's try not to make that happen and try and move through these pretty quickly. All right, do we have the applicant for Dan Chuck?
Mr. Chair, yes, Brian Banks here, agent for the owner.
And Kaz Seefeld, architect, and with Scott Menzel, landscape architect as well.
Okay, so we guys got about 12 minutes if you want to tell Josh where to go.
We'll keep it succinct. I'll introduce the project for you, Mr. Chair. So what we do have here is a fairly minor remodel and addition project, approximately 550 square feet of new added room. The most area being added is in the family room, and we also do have an attached second story element that Kaz will take you through. The project, the original house, the original portion of the house was a Plunkett design. So we did have, I think 1945. So we did have Post Hazeltine involved for several months with Kaz and the owners to work on the plan. The most important portion of the residence is the entry areas, which Kaz will take you through. We also had received our Hope Ranch design review conceptual approval back on August 19th. As part of that review and approval, they requested story poles to be installed for the little second story element, which we did complete. They require them to be up for 30 days. So those are up from September 18th to October 20. We do have the photos of those for your board to share with you. And the scan was too large. I did scan the Hope Ranch approval set with their stamp on it, but it's too, I heard the conversation about file sizes, so I did not upload those, but we do have the set, which is basically this set with the Hope Ranch stamp on it, conceptual stamp.
That's fine. And actually, just sorry to interrupt, I'll forget otherwise. And we've talked about this a few times lately. The Hope Ranch, when you put up story poles, it's a good idea just to let us know so we can run by if we're going to be looking at these projects as well, right? Because we don't want to have to ask for story poles again if there's some controversy or something.
Yeah,
so,
that's a good point. And unfortunately, I didn't know what agenda we would get placed on and all of that. But good point. We do have the photos that we can share as well.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, and with that, I'll turn it over to Cass.
Okay, thanks. Josh, I think you were zooming into the vicinity map. Hopefully everyone understands this parcel location in Hope Ranch. And as Brian mentioned, it's kind of the existing home is a hacienda California ranch style home designed by Joseph Plunkett. Over the years, there's been some pretty funky additions to it. And we're gonna try and kind of bring a little consistency to the project with this remodel. Given it's a 1945 era home, kitchen, dining room, some of the aspects of the home are dated, and that's kind of the catalyst for this remodel. Josh, if you wouldn't mind going to sheet A0.01, which is the architectural site plan. I think it's probably page 3. So one more down. Yeah, perfect. So you guys, north is essentially up on this. You'll notice in the bottom of the sheet, there's a little key map, and there's actually 3 parcels associated that our current client, the owners, have these 3 parcels. The parcel on the will be the southwest is a mostly undeveloped lot with oak trees. The parcel to the north has a riding rink and existing barn. And then the existing main residence and detached garage is the third parcel on the east there. That's the parcel we're going to be focusing on. But I just kind of wanted to give a little context to this project, that there's a lot of surrounding landscape to it. So we have met with County Fire and kind of satisfied all their issues. We've met with the EHS department and satisfied all their issues. So we don't expect any kind of curveballs as we get further down the road. This is a fairly simple addition. And as Brian mentioned, we have met with, there's a little bit of a local historical merit based on the designer being Plunkett. We've met with Post Hazeltine. They've issued a phase 1, phase 2 report, and their input has kind of dictated some of these design moves through this process. So the dark shaded areas on this site plan are the first story additions. And you'll kind of see the driveway coming up on the west side, and there's a little porte cochere between the garage and the home. And the historians want to kind of maintain this entry facade and kind of entry sequence. And so on the southern portion, there's a little dark area. We'll get to it on the plan in more specifics, but that's the family room. And then the hatched area on the east side there, that's the little second story addition. So it's currently a single story home, and we're gonna have a separate entrance to the second story for a little gym. So if you can go to the floor plan, Josh, 2 pages down, kind of run through. You can keep going. There's no proposed work in that. That's the detached garage. This is our proposed plan. Again, the porte cochere is on the left-hand side of the page here, the west, and you kind of drive into this motor court sequence. Front door, entry foyer. We have a new family room, which is on the southern side there. You can see, so the dark shaded pochés walls are the new walls. The light poché is the existing walls. And so we're pushing the dining room and the kitchen to the north or to the backyard, adding that family room on the south side, doing a small addition to the master bedroom, master closet there between the bedrooms and bath. And then the next page will show you the second story addition. So we'll have some exterior stairs that lead up to a gym on the second story with 2 decks. And then if you can, Josh, just keep scrolling down to the elevations. Given the era of this home, there's a lot of low plate heights, especially on this porch that is on the north side of the building. So being on the north side of the north light, there's wonderful ridgeline views of the mountains. And so these were originally color elevations that didn't come through, but so that you can see that on each of these elevation sheets, you have the existing elevation on the bottom and the proposed on the top. This is the north elevation I was just mentioning. So there's a covered patio porch on this north side. The bottom of the beam is about 6'10", and the doors beyond are 6'8", and that kind of consistency for scale. So one of the things we are proposing is to raise that porch beam 1 foot, just to get a little bit better view from the living room and the kitchen of that ridge line. So the existing plate in the interior space, living room, bedrooms, all that will stay the same. This porch is just California framed over the existing roof. And so we are raising that, kind of changes the scale. You can see the second story addition of the gym there on the left. And then on the right is where we're pushing the dining room and the kitchen. It's kind of a peculiar building on these 2D elevations because there's so many bends and kinks in it, so that you're kind of always seeing the building in perspective a little bit. you can continue going down to the next elevations and just kind of gives you a little context of each one. So the original building too is a little hodgepodge in materials because it was added on to over the course of time. And so there's an existing wood siding. So this is a good elevation. This, what I call the proposed west elevation, is that larger window is the dining room, and you have the front door and the kitchen's on the left. And so that's all the existing big 12-inch lap wood board siding. And this is the elevation that that the historians are really focused on preserving. And so we're going to keep that wood siding and retain that brick at the dining room. And then the rest of the building kind of on the north side and the east side and south side will just be a smooth integral colored stucco.
Okay, just a couple minutes left.
Well, I'm gonna, that's the gist of it. We're gonna retain the you know, it's all existing wood windows, some really neat Santa Barbara style doors. And then the additions over time have been single plate glass, metal frames kind of that were done in the 70s. And so we're just going to try and bring some consistency by proposing all new wood doors and windows, keeping the same material. It has a wood shake roof in it that no longer can stay because of fire. So we're going to do a synthetic cedar shake. And so that just kind of retaining the original character of the building, but just kind of updating everything and providing some consistency. I want to leave a little time for Scott, so I'm going to turn it over to him because there's some landscape pages.
Is that a separate file or is that in the same?
Should be in the same.
That's right. You get a whole minute and a half, Scott, so you better hurry.
All right, I'll make it quick.
Give you a little more if you need it. But
What was the name of the document? Sorry.
it should be in the same, I guess. I don't know.
It's not. It's not on that file. It's not on that one.
Which one is it? I got a bunch in here. Which one do you guys want me to open?
No, it's not on the with the
These are the wrong
application.
drawings.
Go to the scan of the Hope Ranch plans. I think it's in there.
Okay. What page, guys?
Towards the bottom.
I think it might be the last page.
Last
Okay.
like 4 pages.
Sorry, guys,
Still
this
loading,
is the
give
set
it a
I didn't
second.
want you to have to use. It's the big one.
It's only 14.5 megs, so you're right in under.
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad we got it.
Is this it?
That's it. Okay, so we're actually proposing a relatively minimal amount of landscaping around the main house. There are a few tree removals that we're proposing just south of the new addition. I think it's the living room. There's a really large eucalyptus that is going to come out. To the southeast, near a proposed wooden hot tub, there are a couple pittosporum that we're removing as well. And then near the entry, there's a very large overgrown giant bird of paradise that will come out in the planter between the motor court and the house. So we're proposing to keep some of the brick elements, hardscape that is around the house. All of the landings will be brick. And then we're also introducing a flagstone like Sweetwater Cherokee or Fossil Creek as our paving element. On the northeast side, there's quite a large existing lawn, and it actually wraps around the east side all the way around to the south side of the house. And we're going to drastically reduce that square footage and keep the lawn only to the north and east of the house, where that's really the hub, I think, of the outdoor entertaining area, where there's going to be a pergola, fire pit, and new outdoor kitchen to replace an existing outdoor kitchen. And then the only other really significant new element is this wooden hot tub that's southeast, so below and to the right of the house. There's a wooden hot tub. We're going to kind of cut into the slope a little bit. And that's, I think that's a good enough overview.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Bloomer?
I don't have any at this time.
Member Frosher?
No, I don't have any questions.
Member Peugeot?
Yeah, a question. Did you say you're going to keep the wood windows and the new windows will also be wood? Is that what you're proposing?
We're going to replace all the doors and windows because a lot of the older ones they don't operate that well. So there's a mixture currently of existing wood windows and some metal windows that were installed during some of the strange additions in the 70s and 80s. So we're planning on replacing all doors and windows except the entry door, which has a nice carved detail to it. So with new wood custom doors and windows.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak? Questions? John? Where are you? John, you're muted if you're trying to speak. Okay, we'll come back to you. Member Grubb, questions?
What's the material you're proposing for the driveway? I just can't read it on the small on my screen.
The driveway is
motor court, not driveway.
The driveway is existing to remain. It's concrete. It's a stamped concrete that looks like a 4x4 cobble.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I thought it said replace existing. Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak, do you have questions?
No, you just answered my question about the paving.
Okay. Okay, so I don't have any questions either. Are there any members from the public that would like to speak on this item? I see a hand going up. Elizabeth English. You're muted, Elizabeth, if you want to unmute, and then we'll give you 2 minutes to make your statement or comments.
Did I unmute successfully?
Yes, you did. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth English. I'm the next door neighbor at 940 Via Tranquila, which is actually kind of around the corner. Thank you for providing me with this opportunity to question this project, because this was the first I'd heard of it. Is there any commercial intent for this addition of this office or gym? Because it seems like there's only an exterior staircase to it. There's no, at least from what I can tell, any kind of interior staircase to this plan. And so I was concerned that perhaps there's, they're putting in a yoga studio, and this is abutting my property, this addition. When I moved to the neighborhood, I enjoyed the fact that everyone was single story on this ridge line and that I had a perfectly private yard. Now I'm going to have potentially, I couldn't tell from the plan if the roof line is, or if the addition is 18 feet tall from the first story, and the addition's another 18 feet, or if the entire elevation is 18 feet. So I'd like to understand that a little bit better. And then in addition to these, with tree removals, there are several trees on that side of the property that would help me maintain privacy. And obviously I'm concerned now that they're talking about taking all of those out. And in addition to having a fire pit, I'm also concerned about that, obviously, with the fire concerns we have in the area. And I know that's more an aesthetic question. So yeah, if they could address those issues.
Okay, so real quick, if you guys want to respond, I know that, they wouldn't be allowed to have a commercial outfit there, but tell me if I'm wrong from the applicant. And then I would just encourage the applicant to get in touch with this neighbor to talk about screening and whatnot, but I believe that the 18 feet would be overall height. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so if you go to the site plan, the A0.01.
Let's not take the time. Let's just answer it. Okay. Do you know offhand?
Well, I have the site section on there, so we're well under the height limit.
Sorry. Okay.
In the upper. upper right there, it should be. There is certainly no commercial intent for the second story. It's a home gym, and I think in the era that we're all living through right now, people understand the desire to be home and have all the amenities at home. So there's certainly no commercial intent there. I think we can definitely talk about screening on that east side, and I know that our client would be happy to retain their privacy and create privacy for the neighbor as well. They would respect that request, most certainly.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Back to the board for comments. Mr. Bloomer, comments. Where's Josh? Josh, you're muted.
I'm talking to myself. What was I looking at?
You want me to come back to you?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't know. I'm kind of confused about. Yeah, why don't you come back to me?
Okay. Member Frosher, comments?
It looks to me like a sensitively designed project. I like it, and I think if there's some attention paid to landscape screening to the neighbor for the second story, that would be my only concern.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Peugeot, comments?
I agree with those comments. It's a very well thought out addition, respectful of the history, especially of the architect that designed this the first time. And I look forward to see this for preliminary and final next time.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak, comments?
Well, I think that it is well designed, and it's, his work was a lot of fun. But, when I saw the photograph with the story poles, it seemed like the second story edition is kind of abrupt or out of place. It looks better with the rendered drawings, but I think if we looked at those photographs, I'd like everybody to see those and see what they think. It seems that the second story edition, it seems out of place to me.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Kaz, what is the plate height on that second story element? Do you know offhand?
I believe I have I don't know. I think it's 9 feet plate, but where the lower story floor is 8.6 plate, and I'm assuming that we'll have about a 12-inch floor build up.
Okay. All righty. Any other comments, John?
No, I think it looks a lot better in the renderings than it did in the story poles. That's all.
Okay. Ms. Grubb, comments?
No, Mike, I agree with Member Frosher and his comments. I think it's a well thought out project.
Okay. Kayla, you're breaking up a little bit when you're speaking sometimes too. I don't know if you might want to reset your connection or something, but back to Mr. Bloomer. Sorry, Josh, comments?
Oh yeah, my comments were really just kind of analyzing the second story addition and making sure it's not, creating a side loading condition or anything, but it's kind of a sprawling property and it's out there. It's not like crammed into a neighborhood. So I think it really doesn't apply there. I think it's sensitively done. So I'm going to agree with all of Alex's comments. That's all.
Okay. I hear where John's coming from as far as the story pole photos. It does look odd, but I think, John, part of that is we're not used to seeing story poles like that with 2x4s. it might be, we usually see this just PVC piping, but so I don't think I have a problem given where the location of this. I would encourage the applicant to converse with the neighbor about the privacy with landscaping and such, but I don't see any major issues here. And I think we could come back, preliminary and final, as Alex had said. Any other additional comments from board members? Questions?
Maybe could I just add, I don't know if the applicants maybe want to take a look at the plate height of your second story, because the ground floor is so low slung. It may feel a little out of character to go up to 9 feet on that. So just take a look at it for the sake of the house.
I think that's a comment that's worth adding to the mix. So Alex Tuttle, do you have any clarification comments or questions on comments?
Oh, I think I got it.
Okay, very good.
Thank you all.
Okay, thanks. So that's item number 2, and it's almost 11 o'clock. I think we're going to take a 5 or 6 minute break here, and we'll reconvene at, let's say, like 11:02 or something for item number 3.
Number 4.
Number 4,
Item
right?
number
We're
3 is
skipping
not-
number 3.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
That's one thing. All righty. See you guys in a bit.
Hey, Chris or Katie,
Yes.
can you hear me? Who wants to drive for Creekside? Katie, do you have the ability to do that on your end? Or Kaylee, sorry.
I can probably.
Can you say that one?
I can probably do it. I'll do it, Josh.
I can open the.
Okay. All right. I just don't want to catch you off guard when you get back.
Yeah. Kaylee, if you want to, that's great. Okay. See you in a bit.
Sure. Yes, I will. I'll download them during the 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, are you still here?
Hi, Joss, I am.
Hi. Hey, who's handling? I've been wasn't sure how we were doing this. Who's handling bringing people in and out of the panelists?
I am. Oh, I mean, anybody can. You, me, and Chris have the same capabilities. Who are we trying to bring as a panelist?
Oh, I just wasn't sure who was managing that. I got a text from somebody who was asking because they had their hand up. They were trying to get in, and so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I pulled and I noticed a few that weren't in that I knew needed to be in there, so I pulled them in. But just seems like we have a huge list of panelists today. It's hard to tell who's who.
Yeah, and
I guess that's how many people we have.
I tried sending emails to everybody, but I think that Zoom cuts me off at 30 people that I can invite. So I had issues adding them to the email list where they get an automatic invite for this meeting. It's just an abnormal amount of panelists for today.
All right. So what is the difference between that? Like, I don't understand. What's this attendees and panelists? There's panelists are people that are going to be part of the presentation, and everybody else is the peanut gallery, or what is that?
Yes. So attendees, they don't have the ability to unmute themselves. So we have to manually go to an attendee, allow them to speak, and then they can unmute themselves and speak. So it's mainly reserved for public commenters for that reason. And then panelists is just anybody who might speak on a project, or anybody who's, might need to add their 2 cents as far as like landscape, whatever.
I get it. Okay. All right. Thanks. Sorry to bother you.
There's a physical cable, but it doesn't seem to be working.
Okay, here, wait, let me make sure I'm on mute.
Almost.
Chris, if you're on, are you on?
Yes.
I am having some internet issues over here, so I don't going to get that one downloaded in time for us to come back. I'm sorry.
I already have it downloaded, so I will run us through.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so we'll reconvene the meeting with item number 4. This is 19 BAR 00123 VWV LLC Creekside Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation for further conceptual review and review of story polls. Let's see, this is 3508 Via Real. And do we have the applicants present? State your name for the record, please.
I'm here, Mr. Chair. Jay Higgins, the agent.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Clay Arell, architect from AB Design Studio, is here.
Aaron Carroll, landscape architect.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, let me bring up my screen here. And someone, whoever's driving here, let me know what file you'd like me to go to.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think for the benefit of the board and the prior discussions we had about this project, I'd like to present an aerial on my screen if that's possible.
Okay, yes. Also, I forgot to mention, just let's make it very brief presentations. If just showing us what's new, what's changed. We're all very familiar with this project at this point, so we want to just keep this moving quickly. And
Yeah,
so,
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to be as brief as possible. I'm also requesting that we stay on the visuals and the aesthetics part of this and not get mired in other policy issues that we don't have any control over on this board. So can I share my screen?
go ahead.
All right. Oh boy, that doesn't look right. Hold on, I gotta get out of
You're
full
getting in a
screen.
spaceship right after this meeting to take off.
I am. I am. Great.
Mr. Chair, if I could, Clay, really quick to the point about policy issues. One thing that I should bring up that you guys haven't maybe considered is, this industry is struggling with compliance. It's not an easy path, especially for greenhouses that were developed prior to the Carpeg overlay. On top of that, we have a lot of pressure to bring the non-conforming projects through the process as quickly as possible. The non-conforming by use, in other words, those grows that were prior to 2016 are technically a non-conforming use, and so there's a lot of anxiety in the community and the industry about bringing these projects through the development review process and then becoming compliant. And becoming compliant means bringing parking, removing unpermitted buildings, adding additional odor control, and in some cases providing additional odor control testing and monitoring. So as soon as we get through, the growers will do that. And so to where we are here today, we just want to try to get to the Planning Commission with your comments as quickly as possible. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Clay, are you still trying?
Mr. Chair, I actually don't see Clay on the panelist list anymore.
Oh, right. He may be restarting. So why don't we, Aaron, you want to talk to us about landscape while we wait for Clay?
Yeah, I could pull the PDF on my screen.
I can take care of that, I think.
Okay.
There's an overall site landscape plan. That was one of the comments so that you see the whole site plan. And that's not it.
Let's yeah, this sheet's probably the best sheet right here.
This guy right here, start. Yeah.
Oh, we can look at this one too. This is just a exhibit color plan of showing the extents of the landscaping we're doing throughout the site.
Okay.
But I think today we're going to focus on that area. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, we had just asked for this because we didn't have an overall last time, so that's good. All right, should I go to 3.1, 3.2, or 3.3?
3.2. Next sheet. Yeah. And if you want to just zoom in that southwest corner.
This guy?
Yeah, so I was on vacation the last S-bar, but as I understand it, there was concern about looking from Villa Real to the southwesternmost greenhouses. And what we did is we added additional landscaping in that southwest corner, added additional oak trees, and also some native shrubs, toyon, coffeeberry, etc., in that area to further shut off that public view from Villa Real towards the greenhouses, while still maintaining access for vehicles through there.
Okay. Anything else?
That's the extent of the landscape changes, just that southwest corner.
Okay. I think what we were trying to get a hold of or get a handle on too is where's the gate here and where is, what's happening on the other side of this? I know the property line is there.
I know this isn't really pertinent to this project, but I am representing the owner at 3500, which is immediately to the south. And we are adding a significant amount of landscaping in that area, exactly.
So right there. Okay.
Yeah, which will further help the screening of these greenhouses. I know it's off-site landscaping and it's not really pertinent to this review, but just as a side note. And as far as the gate location, if you want to zoom in on L3.2.
Okay, is this Via Real right here?
Correct.
Okay, 3.2.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm back.
Okay. We're just doing a little bit of landscape stuff real quick, Clay, and then we'll have you jump on. So go ahead.
So, so if you zoom in, it's not, there's a gate kind of where that, yeah, right there, there's a gate.
Right here. Okay.
So vehicles would enter and then kind of make a left to get onto that unpaved road that goes along the creek.
Got it. Okay. So I'm just like, maybe add road edges on the plan for next time. This is the roadway entry and then you turn left into here, right?
Correct. There's the existing fence line, which is the paving runs up to that fence.
Okay. All right. I think, oh, you know what? I don't have the comments on this. Okay. So we don't have the comments on this from last time. Were there any? I mean, I'm sure there was.
Mr. Chair, I have them.
For,
Do you want me to?
yeah, if you could, we don't have them for 4, 5, 6. Maybe do them for 7. All right, if you, Alex,
Because it was from the last, it was reviewed at the last meeting, right?
Yes, I believe so.
This is the Creekside Mixed Light Cannabis.
Yep.
Okay. Comments, the board does not support raising the height of the greenhouse roof due to its location and visibility from the freeway and is concerned that it would set a precedent. Study incorporation of landscape screening along south and east portions of the property. Parenthetically, entrance from Via Real.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arel. Would you like to try and share your screen now?
Sure, I apologize. My computer decided to restart itself, for some reason. So
nice of it.
All right. I'm not able to share my screen. I think you have to give me permissions.
Change role to, yeah, it says you can now.
Oh, great. Now I can. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to go here. So can you see my screen? Can you see the aerial?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we have a couple of videos I'm going to show you as well, but the first thing I want to do is just kind of orient us to where we're at here. So this is the Creekside property here that you see, this greenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the creek to the north, if you're following my cursor.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then Highway 101, obviously here, Via Real along here. So we have a video kind of going northbound on 101 and looking towards this area, looking towards the greenhouses, because there was a comment about that in the minutes and in the last hearing about visibility with us raising the greenhouses. And then we have another one coming south on Via Real. So what you're going to see is I'm going to start the video right here at Santa Claus Lane and the 101, and then we're looking this way, and you don't really get to see any of this building beyond any of these buildings until you get kind of where the on-ramp meets the northbound on-ramp meets the 101. So I'm going to show you that video really quickly, and then we'll look at the Via Real one. So here we are at Santa Claus Lane. Here's the Santa Claus Lane intersection. Here's the 101 on-ramp heading north. Here we go, heading north further. Okay, now you're seeing in the background through the vegetation here, these are the greenhouses that you see in the foreground here. So you can't see these greenhouses at all from this vantage point. So as we go down the highway further, or up the highway, okay, now we're starting to get, here's the on-ramp of the getting onto Highway 101 from the Santa Claus Lane. So you can see the vegetation. Now at this point, we're sitting somewhere right around here, and you can't see any of these buildings from Highway 101. Okay, so as we continue further down the line, okay, this is about where this pole right here is, somewhere like right along this area here. And so again, the vegetation is such that you can't even see any of these buildings along Highway 101. Now, these buildings you see here, these buildings are these greenhouses right here. These are like a hoop style greenhouse. They have a round top, and that's what you're seeing. Whoops. That's what you're seeing here in this shot is the greenhouses beyond us. So our greenhouses are sitting back behind all of that vegetation along Highway 101. So they're not visible at all from Highway 101. And then I'll show you quickly. I know we're trying to move fast. This is from Villa Real. So now we're heading southbound on Villa Real. And these are those hoop style greenhouses that I was just mentioning in that image, that last video. And now we're heading to the south. So we're gonna move down the way here. Okay, our greenhouses are back behind this vegetation. This is the creek that you see here. So this is the riparian area of the creek to the north of our project. And as we move down the line, okay, this is looking into our parcel. So this is the view we showed you last time, and these are our greenhouses here. So this is the only vantage point that you get to see them. And as you move further along, as soon as you get past that driveway, they're no longer visible through the existing vegetation. So we wanted to bring that to your attention because I know there's a lot of discussion about the height. We're still intending to raise the height of these greenhouses, but you really can't, unless you're standing at the throat of the driveway, you really can't see them. And if you're driving by on the highway, you can't see them because of the vegetation that's between the highway and Villa Real. And the only other exhibit I want to show you, if I can find it quickly, is here. So this is a diagram that we put together for this meeting. Whoops. Where'd you go? There you are. Okay, so our greenhouses are shown in the red color. The ones on the left are 17'5", and we want to raise those to 22 feet. The ones on the right are 15'1" that we want to raise to 22 feet. These greenhouses to the south are existing at 19.8, and then the other ones here at 18.6 and 18.6. And to the north, you can see in the bluish teal color, these greenhouses were approved by your board in January of this year to raise the height up to 24'6". So they're considerably taller. So I just want to bring up that we're not trying to set a precedence with raising these greenhouses. This board's already done that. You set a precedence in January with these greenhouses to the north that are much more visible than ours are. And so we're requesting the board reconsider your last comments, given the fact that we can't see these from anywhere. They're not going to provide a visual nuisance. And we have addressed your prior comment of providing additional landscaping. So that's my presentation. There's only one change to our drawings from the last time you saw them, and that one change is that we indicated the lighting to be at 8 feet above grade as opposed to 10 to 12 feet above grade as was previously presented. So that's my presentation. We can move on to questions. Thank you.
I have one more comment, if you don't mind, Clay and Mr. Chair. There is a policy document with regard to view corridors and CARP as a part of the CARP Ag overlay. If you want to allow me to share my screen, I can show you that exhibit where certain parcels in CARP do have a view corridor tag on them. This particular parcel does not have that. And I can show you that exhibit if you allow me to share my screen.
Okay, this is not one of those, so I don't know if we need to see that necessarily. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm going to share my screen again so we can get back to the plans real quick. All right. Yes. So questions from the board. Member Grubb, do you have questions? Oh, yeah.
I do have one question. Part of the comment last time about having the overall landscape plan was seeing if there was an opportunity for screening on the south side of the greenhouses, since that is the only side you can really see greenhouses from. Yeah, kind of the side where your cursor was. And it looked like there's none on this plan, so I just wanted to see if that was determined to be infeasible.
So yeah, while we're on,
Chair, the south side is employee parking. You can see the kind of angled parking lines along there.
So they weren't. You had mentioned being able to break it up with trees, kind of like a parking lot, space trees to break up the peaks of the greenhouses.
Yeah, so I'll just piggyback on that question. Could this be an opportunity for a planter? And a question for staff is does this have the same restriction as far as parking spaces in a row? Like, could one of these be needed finger planters? So because really, I mean, we're talking about the view right in here, right? And if we could get a tree in here and maybe a tree in here and down the line, maybe another one. I mean, I don't out the greenhouses obviously, but that would really go a long way. So even if the other two aren't, a question for the applicant, is this a location for a possible tree?
It's currently concrete there.
Okay.
There's a concrete pad. It would require concrete cutting.
Okay, that's not the end of the world, right? Okay, sorry, Kaylee, I interrupted you. So any other questions?
Nope, and thanks for the clarification. Yeah, that was.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak, questions? John, I don't know if you're muted. I can't see everybody again for some reason.
Well,
there you go.
As Mr. Oral demonstrated that the greenhouses wouldn't be visible, but if they were raised in height, would they be visible? In other words, maybe they should put some story poles there and see if that would come over or it would be more visible. I mean, it sort of concerns me. These greenhouses are getting bigger and bigger, and they're very visual, very apparent visually. So you think we should put some story poles there to see if they would be too high?
There actually are story poles up, John.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we went through this last time, and Mr. Verdiak, we did show exhibits of story poles previously. I think the point is that if you look from an elevated perspective up in the air, these greenhouses are very visible, but in this particular instance, these greenhouses are not visible from the public way except at the entry point. So I think it's important that we address potential screening options and things of that nature, but
So-
you can't see it. I don't know why that's such a big deal.
So the story poles are already there.
Yes, I actually reviewed them yesterday, so they're still up. This is Karen.
Can I jump in there as well? I drive past this area every day and the story poles are there. And it is in fact visible from Highway 101 heading south. And so if this big block of greenhouses goes up to 22 feet, it will be visible from Highway 101. Not so much going north, but going south. And you didn't include that in your video.
Okay, so we're still in questions. Let's see, Mr. Verdiak, you had your question. Mr. Peugeot, questions?
I have, what's the story with the chain link fence and the barbed wire? Is that proposed or not? I mean, the drawings do show the 3 strands of barbed wire. Are you proposing that?
Where is that, Alex?
It's on page 10.
Page 10. I hate this program now. Oh, come on. All right, I'm getting there. Okay. So to the applicant.
If you enlarge that corner right there, it says chain link fence. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there. Are you I mean, I'm trying to understand the proposal.
There's existing, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Peugeot, there are fences all the way around the property currently. So this is shown, you can see photos 4 and 5 and 2 and 3 on that same page show the fencing and the security fencing around the property, which is a requirement.
Okay, so is the barbed wire a requirement because of the nature of what you're cultivating, or what's the story there, or is it something like? I mean, I'm under the impression that we usually don't approve those kind of fences, Mr. Orell. So that's why I'm asking. Is that required because of some extra security necessary, or what's that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Mr. Peugeot, my understanding on the security fencing is it's a requirement for their licensing to have a higher level of security than what is typical, so that people are not entering the property.
Mr. Chair,
So
the code
security cameras.
is no razor wire. It does not preclude the use of barbed wire.
Okay, does that answer your question, Alex?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Froscher, you chimed in, but do you have additional questions? Or you want to say that?
Well, I guess this brings me back to feeling that it would be helpful to have more clarification from the planning side. I saw in some of the language from the Carpinteria planner that he says, according to the cannabis ordinance, barbed wire is not allowed. But Jay, you're saying that's not true. There's a distinction between razor wire and barbed wire.
Hi, this is Gwen.
Yeah.
And I can clarify too. I'm the planner on this one. And yeah, so
Great.
just like Jay said, there's no razor wire allowed, but barbed wire is not explicitly prohibited. And I think that it is sometimes used as a security measure.
Just on comments from the city of Carpinteria, the city of Carpinteria does not formally review projects for the county. That's a courtesy letter from the city of Carp, and it's not a requirement that we even respond. We try to work with them, help them understand what the code says, but in some cases they're not totally accurate with their comments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think that the major goal for everyone involved should be to make these projects better, and better for the community, as well as satisfying the needs of the project owners. And so I think that's what everyone is trying to do, is find the best solutions. And our board is charged with visual, that's correct. And we appreciate the fine tuning of the lighting and the increase in landscaping, because there is a need for screening. It's still not totally clear. You don't have any photo sim looking down the driveway in to where your entry screening is proposed, do you? Question.
No, we do not.
Muted. We do not have a photo sim with proposed screening.
Okay,
Okay.
but is picture number 4 here the
Yeah,
view
that's the
for-
existing entry, right?
That's existing, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and note the gate, you see the blue car, Mr. Chair, the blue car right there, and then the fence that's directly in front of it with the gate open.
Yeah.
That is on an adjacent parcel, so we don't
Right.
have control over that.
Right.
The gate beyond that you see, the green gate beyond is on our property line effectively.
Yes, understood.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
No,
Okay. Let's see, public comment. For some reason, I cannot see anybody. I think because I'm sharing my screen, there's something strange maybe going on here.
Yeah, that's what happens, Mr. Chair. We do not have any requests to speak. Anybody who would like to speak on this item, please use the raise your hand feature.
I'm just gonna, I see Anna Carrillo.
There we go. So let me go
Okay.
ahead. Anna,
So-
whenever you're ready.
Anna, you are on mute, so please unmute and then you'll have 2 minutes flat.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I drove via Real yesterday going south, and that's when I did see the story pole. So I just wanted to, when I was going south or going north on the highway, I didn't see them. When it was mentioned about the warehouse, so for G&K, where it was raised to the 24 feet, I talked to the planner Monday, Tuesday. We went over the plans. That's going to be a warehouse for processing, and it's 24 feet because it's going to have to be 2 feet above the flood zone. So I just wanted to make sure that's understood why that's 24 feet, because on the plan it said was for a greenhouse. What about the landscaping along the creek? Because it really never got discussed last week. And is there for wildlife? Is there a way, because he's having to remove, I see a lot is being removed because it was unpermitted, it's too close to the creek. So I don't think you had a chance to really look at it because we concentrated on the screening at Via Real. And then just in that picture that you saw before, the number 4, so is the landscaping coming outside that gate? Because now I can see, a little bit more clarification. Anyway, that was what I wanted to ask about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public who would like to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I don't think we had any letters for this one either. So back to the board for comments. Member Grubb.
Put her hand
down. I think my comment would be to study whether some screening trees can break up the employee parking on the south side of the structures, the greenhouses. And after reviewing the story poles, I did feel like the greenhouses are pretty well screened from all views unless you're looking down the driveway, despite the additional height.
Okay, so you're in support of the additional height?
Yes.
If certain measures are taken, yes?
Yeah, yes, after reviewing the story poles, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Verdiak.
well, I can't support the 22-foot height that close to the freeway. I mean, that's really big over a large area. I just think it's too much. That'd be my comment.
All right, Mr. Peugeot.
I agree with Katie Grubb on both issues. The idea that it's not really visible. I mean, you might see a peak or some corner of some story poles, but it's not offensive related to the adjacent development. And I also agree that some further landscaping could be added and to improve the project.
Okay, let's see, Ms. Froscher, comments?
Yeah, like I said before, it is visible from the freeway going south, and it is a very large area that would be raised to 22 feet. I cannot support it. I appreciate the landscaping efforts, and I definitely would like to see more trees along the south side as well as the rest of what they're doing. But the increase in height over that kind of mass of buildings that close to the freeway, I cannot support.
Okay, so that's basically 2 and 2. It's sort of a tiebreaker here. So I think I'm actually kind of somewhere in the middle too. I think if we can get additional trees along the south side and change some of the plants that you're proposing, or some of the trees closer to Via Real, like to taller trees, I think that the vegetation that's already existing there is going to continue to grow as well. So, you know, to me, I think it's, I support the proposal. We are here for conceptual. So what else do I have written down here? I think that was it. So yeah, I think if those steps can be taken, and I'd like to see, you know, a dedicated effort to consider additional species that are a bit taller. I mean, oaks, if you're going to plant, they're going to take a long time to grow into that height to help with screening, and also along the south side. Those don't have to be enormous trees by any means, but looking down the driveway, it's going to help, and coming north, it's going to help. So so that's the way I'm seeing that one. Any other comments from the board?
The next step is what? Is it planning commission, or how does it go?
So yeah, I can answer that one. So yeah, the next step will be the planning commission. And then from there, this project would return to your board to be reviewed for preliminary and final approval.
Okay, very good.
You know what? Let me just ask a quick question of the applicant. You know, what's the science behind 22 feet? You know, is 20 feet enough, or why does it have to be 22 feet? I'm not, you know, we just had an applicant that proposed is doing the same operation. They have a different system for, you know, moving air around, and they're not proposing to raise their height. So is it possible to, you know, does 20 feet give you just about the same amount of benefit? Because I think it's, you know, one of them's going up 5.5 feet, the other's going up 7 feet, and that is considerable. So I want to get some scientific, you know, backing on why it has to be 22 feet. Could it be 20 or 19, or, you know?
Well, I'll take a swing at that.
Mr. Chair, one of the people has their hands up that might be able to answer it, or the owners of the or the operators of the property. So Whitney's got her hands up.
Okay.
Hand up.
Oh, whoops!
I'm just not a farmer. I'm sorry. I don't have enough.
She was there a second ago. Where'd she go? There she is. Okay, so Whitney, you are muted. So unmute and go ahead and give us a quick 1-minute answer if you could.
Hi, this is Ivan Van Wingerden on Whitney's computer. So Mr. Chair, the reason to answer your question on the growing side of it, so it doesn't increase the production or the amount of plants that would be per square foot in the space, so that would remain the same. What it does change is the environmentals of the greenhouse. So the larger the volume of air within the space, the better control you have of temperature and humidity. So it doesn't increase the impact, especially odor-wise. But then also the difference between 20 and 22 feet, while certainly every foot increase helps, the expense to raise it to 20 feet versus 22 feet is virtually the same. So to lose that additional height for us is pretty punitive, because we're the cost to go through the hassle of lifting it would virtually be the same. So it'd be better to get that extra height increase for that larger volume of air.
Right. So I'm not too concerned about the increase in production, but I, you know, and maybe we can hear from the board again. though I guess those who are in support of, how do those guys feel about a reduction in height? Because we are talking about the aesthetic here, so, and it's, that's where we're at. Let me just pull up that. Does anyone want to interject at all?
Mr. Chair, will 2 feet be visible, make any difference? What's more objectionable about all of these developments is the size of them. We're talking about acres and acres of white stuff. But the height in itself, I just don't see an objectionable. I mean, I don't think it would be noticeable, to tell you the truth.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? So then I stand by my initial, judgment that I support the project as proposed with the, measures taken. Alex Tuttle, do you have?
Yeah, so this is what I've written down. Let me know if it captures the comments. Study opportunities for screening trees along south side to break up parking. Proposed trees.
Wait, no, it's not to break up parking. It's to reduce the visual impact of raising the height of the roof. So trees should be a minimum of 22 feet. And mature trees planted initially.
Well, so is that, so I also have the comment of proposed trees closer to Via Real should be taller species.
Yes, or incorporate, additional taller species.
Chris, should we put a minimum box size like we did on a previous project?
If you feel that is necessary, I think that's.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to slow things down, but it seems like we need to have this landscape question should be resolved so they don't come back and everybody's clear about what exactly is being proposed. Don't you think? I mean, I think we are asking for more landscaping and this is the opportunity to do that. After, when it comes back to planning commission, our leverage will not be as good.
Well, the thing is, it kind of depends on what species are chosen, so that's where it's difficult. But in terms of oaks, I would say, how many oaks were proposed? I think it was 5. Those should be probably a minimum of, what's the existing 48 or 60-inch box. I mean, it goes up, the price goes up exponentially. So 60 is a lot more than a 48, but what do you think, Kaylee?
Yeah, I think a minimum of 48.
Okay.
Are these trees along?
If they're a standard form, is that getting too specific, Chris? Because then they'll.
No, I think that would be wiser, actually, standard, taller and underplant.
You won't be able to see the first 6 feet of them.
So minimum 48-inch box oaks, standard trunk, which means single trunk. And then incorporate additional species of trees that get, a little taller. Because you're elevated on the freeway there as well. So 20 feet on an oak's not going to do it.
Aaron is raising his hand visually, not.
Yeah. If we went with Monterey cypress for the taller tree species, what would your minimum box size be for that?
Probably the same then.
Yeah, I would say because they start out as such shrubby bushes, I would say a 48 minimum.
Yeah. Okay, and then, along the south side, I mean, those could be, who knows, olives or something. But I'll leave that up to you. Those should be a minimum of 22 feet in height, whatever box size.
Those are the ones along the parking?
Yes, go ahead, Aaron.
And my other question was, how far to the east are you requesting these parking lot trees be planted?
My request would be for the first block of greenhouses. I don't think beyond that we can't see.
So just in front of the first greenhouse?
Yeah.
So I don't have it in front of me anymore, but the first complete structure, there's 2 main ones, right? So the western one.
So we're really talking about just 1 or 2 trees then?
No, I would say more like 1, 2, like 4 or 5.
Mr. Chair, we'll study that. The issue is if we plant a bunch of trees right next to the greenhouse, they throw a lot of shade
Yeah,
on the
understandable.
greenhouse,
Yeah.
which is kind of the reverse direction of.
Yeah, study that because it's all about the view kind of from, you know, but it's also a little bit about the view from northbound 101. So there's, yeah, but we don't, I understand the shade issue. Okay. All right. Anything, any other?
Let me try this again. So here's what I got. After viewing story polls, board is mixed 3-2 in support on whether the additional height's appropriate. Look to add screening trees along the south side to reduce visual impact of the added height of the western greenhouse, minimum 22 feet in height. Proposed trees closer to Via Real should incorporate taller species, minimum 48-inch box standard trunk for close live oaks and Monterey cypress.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything else from the board? I think we're moving on then. Item number 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Item 5 is 20 BAR 00121 CVW Organic Farms Cannabis Cultivation. Further conceptual review at 1480, 1400, and 1296 Cravens Lane in Carpinteria. And we also don't have the comments on the agenda here unless.
Mr. Chair,
Did you email that to me?
Yeah, it looks like when my computer crashed during making that document, it didn't capture all of my additions on that repaired document that I uploaded. So I emailed to you. Sorry about that.
I got it, no problem. So I'll go ahead and read through those comments right now. So return with well-developed landscape plan showing existing and proposed landscaping and fencing. Landscape plan must be detailed enough to demonstrate project would be appropriately screened from public viewing areas. Use different other than avocado trees to provide screening along Cravens Lane and to screen structural development. Improvement to aesthetic quality at perimeter of project, especially those facing public right-of-ways and neighborhoods, is strongly encouraged by the board. And return with photo simulations of property boundary from public right-of-ways. Return with lighting plan to shield lighting spillage towards neighborhoods and public areas. Include color temperature and timing schedule on lighting plan. So.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to call Nick and see if he can get on too. Okay. All right. Bye.
Okay. So Josh, are you back? Let's see on this one. Yes, should be. Can you take over? It's hard for me to go back and forth because I can't see the applicants and the panelists. Josh Bloomer. I don't see him there. There he is. Josh, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
So are we back on?
Yeah, we're on number 5 and we need you to drive. And
somebody, next time somebody text me, I
sorry.
Unplugged.
It's just only been a few seconds.
Oh, okay. So I just came back over and looked at my computer and you were all here. So,
okay. So the applicant for item 5, please state your name for the record.
Michelle McToldridge with Shelter Architecture.
All right.
And then along with me, we've got William Bishop with Arcadia Studios. And I think our David Van Wingerden, the applicant, is attending as well.
Okay, so if you can just, again, give us a very brief presentation about what has changed and how you've addressed the comments from last time.
Okay, can you guys open up? Yeah, well, here's a good start. So the 3 major areas of questions and concerns was the landscape, the fencing, and the lighting. So we hadn't addressed landscaping along the street frontage when we first came to you because these were all existing permitted structures under a development plan from the 1990s. But having looked at how it is perceived from the street, we decided to jump in, We've got Arcadia Studios assisting, and we've greatly improved the curb appeal of the project in general. Along the frontage of Cravens, now we're going to provide a planting strip at the back of the proposed sidewalk. And that's where there'll be some lower planting. Behind that, rather than a chain link fence, which currently is a chain link fence with barbed wire, we're going to do a horizontal wood board fence. There's a graphic here on this landscape plan. It was inspired by what's happening at the new residential development south of here. So it's going to be very similar and continue the same kind of visual look as you continue up Cravens Lane. Very kind of beachy rural look to have these horizontal boards. And then behind that, where we currently have some avocado trees growing in, we've decided to pull out some of those and supplement the landscape with much taller landscape trees, including some live oaks, and then there's some olive trees and a few others, but I'll have Will describe that. But as far as the fencing, we've changed it all to wood board fencing along the street side and around the corner, which you can see in the southwest there, so that when one is coming up Cravens Lane, that packing house structure is better screened. And then, I'll leave it to him to discuss that right now. Will, are you there? Do you want to take over on the landscaping, and then I can jump onto the lighting afterwards?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm happy to.
Okay, great.
Hi, board. Thanks for hearing us. So basically, like Michelle said, we're kind of sticking with a similar look that's going on to the south of us, the sort of residential development. But basically, we're going to just use low water use plants. The images of some of them are there, but agaves, grasses. And then behind the fence for screening, we're proposing some coast live oaks and some olive trees to sort of soften the existing greenhouse that's there. We do have a sort of rendered elevation from the street, just to kind of give you an idea of what that might look like. But really, it's fairly a simple project, just some simple low water use landscaping underneath some screening trees, and on the street side, just the same sort of scheme, continuing the aesthetic from the development itself. I can also address the area in the back there, area 2. They're removing a greenhouse, and we're screening some of that equipment that's going to be there that's represented by those circles and rectangles. And they're also adding a seating area and a shade structure for employees. That's actually going to be hidden, I think, by the front greenhouse, but we wanted to include landscaping there as well.
If you guys could pull up the rendering view of the packing house. I think that's the second landscape file that's in this box file. That would be helpful. There we go.
Yeah, so we included an image of what it is now, which is, it's just a big hedge of bird of paradise and that chain link fence that Michelle mentioned. And below you see, I think it's loading still, but you see that fence replaced by a 6-foot wood fence with that low water use landscaping in front, sort of Mediterranean / native art varieties.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Okay, and then do you want to jump to the lighting, and then we can see what questions might come up?
Sure.
So lighting is on A1.4 in the main file, the 10/16/20. Let's see. I see it up there in the corner. Or maybe you have the architectural plan file. Well, I'll jump into it. We have just 3 types of lighting proposed for the site. They are just a product of the required security lighting plan, just in general. There is a standard lighting type that is used predominantly around the greenhouses and the different cultivation areas.
Hang on, Josh, can you go to the lighting plan, please?
Yeah, you got to tell me where you want to go. I'm not a mind
Hopefully
reader
with
here,
This
guys.
one, it's with the main architectural plan set. Not one of these two. Oh, there you go. And then we've got to flip over to A1.4. So
Page 5, yeah.
okay, there we go. And, you know, the lighting schedule includes a little more detail on these light fixtures, but the main light is this Hawk model WP LED, and it's a 3000 K fixture. So that is a warm light fixture in general. It's fully shrouded, as you see. It's got a solid hood over it. It's dark sky compliant, and they're mounted throughout, and we show it on our building elevations at about 9 feet, just enough to keep them out of tampering height, but also, you know, keep the light low enough that it's not spilling over to the neighboring yards. All the setbacks from the property lines are over 20 feet or more. So the angle of this light would not spill over. And there's a lighting diagram there as well. The Lumark fixture here is this Xtor. This is only for the main entrance of the site, where there's a separate sheriff's department requirement that you have constant illumination on the building or the property address. And then it bumps up to a higher lighting level when there is movement, and all of them are limited to a 5-minute exposure, which I think is also a product of the security plan requirements. And then we have a few where there are no hardwiring capabilities that are solar powered, and that's that bottom fixture. So all three meet the same requirements of being dark sky compliant and also a warm light tone.
All right, anything else for your presentation? Is that it?
Comments? I think it is. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I forgot to read the planner memo associated with this project, so I need to do that now, and it's pretty long. Sorry. So this is from Steve Rodriguez. Please specifically comment on, this here for conceptual, specifically comment on this project was reviewed by SBAR on October 2nd, 2020. At that meeting, the item was continued to allow additional review of the project's fencing, lighting, and landscape plans. Additional info regarding these items is provided below. For the fencing plan, the project's fencing is shown on A1.2. Proposed fencing would include the use of existing and proposed chain link fences around the perimeter of the cultivation area. Fencing would be 6 feet in height, no barbed wire or razor wire. To provide, I'm going to summarize here because it's so long. To provide additional screening of the project from Cravens Lane, proposed fencing has been modified to include solid wood, which we know. Wood boards to match the fencing attached to existing rolling driveway gate as well. Project lighting plan is shown. Exterior would consist of motion sensor lights that are fully shielded and directed downward, maximum height of 10 feet. The motion sensor lights will be illuminated for a maximum of 5 minutes when motion is detected. For the landscape plan, the SBAR requested project plan to be revised to include a detailed landscape plan for the area adjacent to Cravens Lane. Proposed use of avocado trees was discouraged. Those trees should be replaced with landscaping that has faster growth characteristics. A new landscape plan has been added. Okay, so that's it. So let's bring it back to the board for questions from Mr. Bloomer. Questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Ms. Froscher.
Yeah, I'm just curious, have you done lighting studies? It's interesting that people keep talking about different heights to set the lights at. Some are at 8 feet, some are at 10 feet. And have you done any studies on what light spillage would be? Because you're saying you'd be at 10 feet?
I think
it was a maximum of 10 feet, mostly at 9 feet. It varies by building and greenhouse, but we went off this specific light fixture and its lighting diagram provided by the manufacturer that wouldn't extend in a radius beyond that 20 feet. So that,
Okay.
It should be limited to the property boundary.
Okay, Mr. Pujol, questions?
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak, questions?
No question.
Ms. Grubb had to step down. I have no questions either. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? I see a hand raised. No, I don't. Anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Okay, and let's see, Judy Dean. Whenever you're ready, you are on mute, so you have to unmute, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead whenever you're ready, 2 minutes.
Yes. I have toured this site with the owner, and I'm very impressed with their change in the landscaping for Cravens Lane. I think what's being forgotten is the back part of this property, which now is bordering residential areas. There is a new development called, I believe, Sea House, which comes right next to some of this facility. And I don't think much has been done to address that. I'm not sure that the unpermitted structures are appropriately placed in terms of their setbacks. I think maybe setbacks weren't much of a concern since the same owner had so many contiguous parcels. I also would support the concept of the sidewalk being continuous on Cravens Lane from 1296 through 1540, since this same owner owns all the parcels there except for one, I believe, maybe two. Sea House being one of those. And they are already doing the improvements for a sidewalk. So we need to make sure that the whole hangs together with the sidewalk and appropriate landscaping, not just look at this piecemeal. I don't know what the process is for addressing unpermitted structures and how that works into the Architectural Review Board, or if that's addressed by the Planning Department. But I do have concerns about the unpermitted structures and whether they are appropriate. When this owner went to doing refrigerated trucks, they went to great lengths to make that fit into the residential neighborhood. They actually paid for some of their neighbors across the street at the trailer park to get double glazed windows so they wouldn't be so impacted by the noise of those trucks. The trucks are going to be gone, but I'm not sure that this project fits in the neighborhood either. And I don't know to what degree you want to look at neighborhood compatibility, or if you're punting that on to the Planning Commission or where that's to be addressed. But
Okay,
it's
that's 2 minutes.
industrial scale facility that is dropped in among neighbors, among residential neighbors.
Okay, thank you very much. We have, let's see, Anna, you keep raising your hand and then not. Anna Carrillo, did you have comment? Anyone else have public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing anyone. Then we'll bring it back to the board. Let's see, were there any, I think we had a few letters. I just want to acknowledge that we did receive letters, one from the city of Carp and then a couple others from the public with concerns. So
Can you just let me know the names?
Okay. Excuse me, I would like to speak. This is Anna Carrillo. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Anna, for 2 minutes.
I know. Okay. So again, I've toured this property, impressed now with the new landscaping. I did bring up yesterday when I spoke to the attorney, any thought about using a living wall. So looking at the picture of that huge warehouse, which is 24 and 30 feet at the height. And, you know, in all my travels, I've seen all these living walls. You know, couldn't that be something that could actually screen that huge warehouse from Cravens Lane? There is a huge amount of unpermitted structures. It's equivalent to 103,700 square feet, which is 2.38 acres. And again, we're having this problem in Carpinteria that there are more unpermitted structures than the overlay will allow. There are 562 residences that are nearby. So it's important that this project fit in. You can see this from the back of Via Real, the back of Franciscan parking lot. You can see the greenhouses at the 1296. there is a 30-foot requirement that they're looking at one of the plans where they're going to make only a 20-foot distance in the back of their property. And the back of Sea House, which is being developed right now, it's 34 feet. I don't know. In my mind, I hear 50 feet distance from property line. There's a drainage ditch. I see trees on the Sea House property, but I don't see any trees landscaping on this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so Alex, to your question, the letters are from Nick Bobroff at the City of Carpinteria. We have another letter from Jackie Peterson from 1314 Trieste Lane, and then Judy Dean, who also spoke today.
Okay.
All right, and now back to the board for comments. Let's see, Vice Chair Bloomer, comments?
Well, I did want to thank the member of the public who just spoke for bringing some constructive creativity to the discussion. It's nice to hear the public actually offering us suggestions about what we could do to mitigate certain problems. But fortunately, I think putting a green wall on the structure itself will shade it, and then you know, it kind of gets in the way of the actual use of the greenhouse. I think that's what was presented. So, but I do appreciate the positive kind of attempt to try and find ways to solve problems. I think that it's adequately screened and well handled, and it seems to be a diligent effort on the lighting system. So I'm in support of where it is at this point.
Okay, Member Froscher, comments?
Yeah, I think the member of the public was speaking, that was talking about the green wall was actually talking about that warehouse, which is solid. I don't think it needs light coming in it. So that is an interesting suggestion for a very big building face that faces Cravens Lane. I was curious too about if the applicant could tell us more about landscape screening between your project and the residential, the Sea House development that was mentioned, and the properties to the east as well. Can you just tell us what you're doing there? Looks like there's
Well, we're looking at the Sea House development is just to the west of these lower greenhouses, 6A, 6B. And, you know, those are the permitted greenhouses from a long time ago. And there's a drainage channel, a flood controlled drainage channel that goes all along that property line. So there's very little room for us to do any additional work there because that provides the vehicle access and the 20-foot requirement. But there are a very dense screening here. We represent it with some tree symbols, but of oak trees. And we've reviewed the site plan of Sea House development, and their bottom right corner there, the southeast, is a community garden, and that's been preserved as a community garden for their development. And then the northeast corner of their property is another oak grove with picnic tables and seating. So there's 3 houses in the middle that come closest. Our nearest distance to any of the cultivation area is about 85 feet to the buildings. So since they came in along after the cannabis cultivation, they provided some dense screening there between the 2 uses. To the east, it's additional ag. There's hoop houses and there's a farm. And so it's quite a distance before there's any residential neighborhoods beyond. And then the south is the Franciscan Court. That is the condo developments where they have their carports and garages backing, and then some landscaping there as well. That's probably the most open side of it all, but you know, they've been working, my clients, the applicant, have been working with the Condo Homeowners Association over the many, many years because its existing 7,500 square foot building is not related to the cannabis, and it's been running as a flower packaging center. And then they're going to actually remove the speed bumps. That was a recent discussion we had that comes along this long driveway entry, so that any trucks that do come in and out of there will be a lot quieter. There won't be so much rattling. So they're making a lot of efforts to work with the neighbors to the south.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, I really appreciate the landscape presentation and the efforts that you're making toward screening Cravens Lane and also the photo sim demonstrating what you're trying to do. It's a good standard for cannabis operation projects.
Okay, thank you. Member Peugeot, comments?
Yeah, first of all, what is the next step of this process? Where does it go from here? Does it go to the Planning Commission as well, or what? That's a question to staff, I guess.
Go ahead.
Unless, oh,
Yeah.
Petra, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Hi, this is scheduled to go to the Planning Commission. So we'll be going to the Planning Commission and then it will come back to SBAR for preliminary approval after Planning Commission hearing.
Okay, great. So the comment about the sidewalk, it can only be imposed on the frontage of the property, right? I mean, is that's the standard procedure? Is that what? I mean, it cannot be extended beyond, right? Is that just? Can you clarify that, please? I'm talking about the plan. Petra, if you can, that's the standard requirement, right?
Yes, the
Hi,
requirement.
this is
Go
Steve
ahead.
Rodriguez. I'm working with Petra on this project. The frontage improvements, curb, gutter, and sidewalk are just those. They're frontage improvements along the project site, which is the three parcels, 1480, 1400, and 1296.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, I have a comment on the, if you can put the landscape rendering, I have a question, a comment on that. Josh, can you zoom into that? Can you go into that, the one called landscape rendering, 2019, SBAR 2 landscape rendering, there you go. You can zoom into the proposed improvement, the proposed landscaping. It looks like if you can blow it up a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, the other one, the proposed, not the existing. There you go, perfect. Yeah, it seems to me that the trees have worked very well in front of the 6-foot fence. If you can move it up a little bit.
You can't see it or you have it. I don't know what you want, Alex. Sorry.
So the one
Proposed.
The proposed.
Added. Yeah. The lower one.
There you go. Okay. It seems like that fence needs something. I mean, I understand the blue agaves for to keep people away and so forth, but it seems like it could use some other. I know you have a water issue, but it seems like that fence could benefit from some other kind of additional landscaping. And that's my only comment.
Okay, thank you. Member Verdiak, comments? Where's John? Did John leave us? Not seeing his name up there. We might have lost John. So, Ms. Grubb, comments? She can't. Okay, step down from this item, sorry. Okay, so yeah, I agree with the comments thus far. I think it's, as Alex said, I've been looking at that fence and the planting in front. I think it's a really thin strip, but I still think you could get some height to break up that line of that fence. So consider different species, or you could also maybe, depending on your layout, sort of jog that fence a little bit, have some little ins and outs on it. But I do think that could be softened a little bit better, but I also really appreciate the efforts that you guys have gone to help with the screening. A green wall on that building would probably cost about $100,000 and require a lot of maintenance. It's really expensive to do that. And then for sheet A 1.0, I don't even know if you need to go there. I was just going to suggest that the architect remove the landscape. It's a very busy document, so you might take off the landscaping. That is shown on your plan, and just focus on the sort of program features, and then refer to the landscape plan, because it's hard to read. Beyond that, I think you guys have done a nice job of sort of bringing it all together and listening to the comments from both us and from the public. So I would say we're about ready to move on. The only other thing was, and maybe you can just study this, but 3000 K for the temperature on the lights is still pretty cold, blue, bright. If those come in at 2700, that would be more desirable, or, let me know if there's a reason that couldn't be done. 2700 K is just it's a lot softer temperature on the lighting. Otherwise, I think that's it. Any other comments from the board? John, actually, you were off. John, Mr. Verdiak, do you have comments?
No, I appreciate the landscaping, and I think it's going to look good. But,
Okay.
I lost a connection there.
Yeah, that's okay. Mr. Tuttle, do you need clarification on any of the comments?
So this is what I got. Project appears well screened and lighting fixtures seem appropriate. Consider warmer, softer lights. Consider more landscaping in front of wood fence with different species, or maybe jogging the fence.
Okay, did we miss anything? I think that sounds like it was it. All right, good. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time.
And so just to clarify, it would come back for preliminary final after action by the planning commission.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And then Steve Rodriguez, you're raising your hand there from the county. Do you need to?
Oh, that's all. That's from the
okay, no worries.
frontage question. Sorry.
Thank you. All right.
Could I just ask a quick question of the applicant? Did you say that you were removing the barbed wire?
You're on mute. Michelle?
I think I can answer it too. Okay, Michelle.
Go ahead. Can you guys hear me now?
Barely.
Barely.
Glitch here.
There you go.
There you are.
Okay, sorry. So yes, all the barbed wire will be gone. It's just along the front there right now on top of the chain link fence, and that will be removed.
I see. Okay, yeah, I appreciate that also, and I wish that other applicants could do the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So moving on, item number 6, and then we'll go to lunch. And here, items 7, 8, and 9 after lunch. So for those of you who are waiting around, it's going to be a while. For the preserve projects, you could take a little break on your own. If we can get through this by 12:45 or so, we'll probably take a 45-minute break or so. So we're looking at maybe, I don't know, what is that, 1:30? All right, item 6, 20 BAR 00014, Damron additions. We've seen this before. This is from last seen February 28th of this year. Request of Penn Zoo for further conceptual and preliminary approval of additions at 1715 La Mirada Drive in Carpinteria. Do we have the applicant with us?
Yes.
Penn, okay.
And Scott Mansell, our landscape architect, is also with us.
Okay.
And actually, I do apologize when I uploaded the file because there were no changes to landscaping. I forgot to attach it with the submittal. But there were a few questions on landscaping that I believe Scott had already addressed during the last presentation. So, but because they show up again in the minutes, I thought maybe we can give Scott a few minutes to just make a comment on those items that were mentioned in the minutes. He has to leave in a little bit, I understand, for another meeting. So I'm just gonna give him the give him the time right now to do that.
Okay, before we do that, Leah, again, I'm not seeing any comments here from the last meeting. Does somebody have those? Or
Mr. Chair,
it's in the email? Okay. Also, shoot. Alex Tuttle, for the last project, I got an email halfway through. We need to add Hillary Lapidus to the list of people that submitted a public comment letter. And then for, so Scott, I'm gonna go ahead and read the comments from last time and then hand it over to you for landscape discussion or presentation. So again, February 28th of this year is when we saw this last, and our comments were as follows: eliminate gravel driveway through property, find alternative method or layout for guest parking. I thought we already did that. Are these the latest comments?
No, I believe those are from the first.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
do you remember the date we were last heard?
Well, it says February 28th, but I think we've seen it. We just saw it a few
No,
months ago.
the last meeting we had was August 14th, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Give me just a second. I'll grab those and I'll email them over to the chair.
Okay, so Scott, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you want to tell us?
Sure. So there actually were no changes to the landscape plans since the last time you viewed the landscape. There was one comment, I don't recall it specifically, but there was, I think it was more of a suggestion to consider adding a tree to the north property line. And we reviewed that, but our preference is to not add trees. We're actually going to be removing one ash and an ash that was cut down and is resprouting. And there's one remaining ash and 3 relatively small oak trees that would stay there. And part of the reason for removing the ash and the ash with the stump sprouts was to alleviate some crowding that's there and allow these existing oak trees to kind of grow and fill out without being too cramped. So
I remember that. I think that was a Lori comment, and I'm not sure she understood that there were other trees there already. So I think that is fine. So if there's nothing else, then we need to worry too much about it. We'll just, so Penn, is that it for you, Scott? Yeah.
yes, that's it.
Okay, so Penn, go ahead with your change. Actually, no, wait, hold on. I just got the comments from Leah, and there's quite a few. So we'll start reading and we'll see if we should just, go through one by one. But basically it was, whatever you said, August something. So SBAR comments, gabling would help reduce the effect of the side loading. East elevation and roof could extend over the balcony, which may tie the building together better, even if there is nothing under it. So why don't you, did you address that, Penn?
Yeah, I did. So since the last meeting, basically, from all those comments, it kind of really sums up to a couple of things. The one was about the landscaping, but the other one was really about the side loading effect of the home. And we had, in a discussion, we had mentioned that perhaps we're going to try to eliminating all the hip roofs from the existing home and just introduce gables throughout. So that's exactly what we did here. If you, I think what you're showing is actually the color palette that we proposed. But if you go to the construction drawings, do you have that file?
Construction drawing, what's it called? We have final SBAR.
Yeah, that's it. So if you're looking at this site plan that we're looking at here, you could easily see that toward the north end of the building here, we basically converted all the hip roofs to gables. The back where the master bedroom addition is, that was a hip before, now it's a gable. The end of the roof line. You know what? It's probably better to go to the elevation sheet.
You go to page 5, Josh.
Yeah.
Sheet 5.
There we go. So everything has been converted to a gable, including the front, the new east elevation where the bedroom was to the right side of the screen there. That has become a gable as well as the end of the home. The main roof was a hip roof. Now it's a gable roof. And basically I try to do the color matching to kind of fill in some of the color that we're proposing on the home. And I think it does balance out the home a little bit more. We study the entry elevation also and to see if we can increase that. Unfortunately, I think there is a existing niche where the entry is to the home. And I think the homeowner would actually like the symmetry there rather than increase that porch any bigger. So that's where we kind of left the porch the way it is. I did raise the play a little bit, so it's a little more elevated from the existing play height. But other than that, we just basically change all the roofs to be consistent with a gable throughout. And we also changed the design of the guardrails on the second floor where the existing two-story portion of the home was. And so now the guardrail is more of a traditional post and picket design.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, good, thank you. Some additional comments here. I want to jump to the bottom just because Scott has to go, but there was another landscape comment that says, consider adding another tree where the house changes from 1-story to 2-story to mitigate the side-loaded aspect of this project. Did you take that under consideration or add any vegetation or trees? Scott, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. We did take that comment under consideration, and rather than add a tree, we felt like we could work with the trees we were already proposing and just shift them around to remedy that concern.
As in relocate trees, or?
Yes. Reposition the already proposed new trees.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, very good. Let's see, landscaping is a nice improvement. Appreciate removal of circular driveway. Massing is generally okay. If you're going to keep the gable roofs, we talked about that. Horizontal features on the house seem to work. Study the railing system. Entry looks out of proportion. You studied that. Okay, so that's it for the comments. Anything else that we should be aware of, Penn or Scott?
No, that's it.
Okay, so bring it back to the board for questions. Member Grubb, questions? Are you back with us? Don't see Kaylee up there. Can somebody maybe send her a text? Mr. Verdiak, questions?
No, I have no question.
Okay. Let's see, Mr. Peugeot, questions?
I'm back.
Okay, we'll give it a second. Alex, do you have any questions, Peugeot?
2 questions. One, the front door, in the elevation, it shows like a single door with two side lights. In the floor plan, it shows like 2 doors. Which one do you prefer? Which one are you proposing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's meant to be a single door with 2 side lights.
Okay, so the elevation is correct then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Second question. You're replacing the railing of the looks like of the second floor, right? Of the master suite, right? You're replacing that. Okay, very good. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Grubb, questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, Ms. Froscher.
No questions, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Bloomer, questions?
No questions, thanks.
Nor do I. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? raise your hand if so. Seeing no one, we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Beginning with Ms. Grupp, do you have any comments?
Not at this time.
Okay. As a reminder, this is here for further conceptual and preliminary approval. Mr. Verdiak, comments?
Well, I think it's come a long way, and I think it could go ahead for preliminary.
Okay. Mr. Peugeot, any?
I agree with those comments. I think this project has evolved very nicely. I just have one suggestion comment. It seems like that railing, it seems like the horizontal siding works really good with the blue and all that. And maybe the railing can pick some of that. It can be some, maybe, I'm just, like brainstorming. It seems like some horizontal railing with maybe some space between boards, but something that relates more to the other aspect of the house. I think that would be, an improvement. But anyway, good job overall.
Okay. Very good. Ms. Frasher, comments?
Yeah, I agree with Alex's comments. I think it's ready to move forward, and maybe the railing could have some more connection to that horizontal siding.
Mm-hmm. All right. Mr. Bloomer, comments?
Yeah, I want to, I think, Mike, I'll just agree with John and Alex's comments and Laurie's comment, or Valerie's comments. And I also wanted to just compliment the architect for working with the board to get this difficult project organized so we can get to this point. And I actually also appreciate the diligence you put into the drawing elevations to show us existing and proposed, and pretty straightforward presentation helps get these things done. So thank you.
Okay. I concur with all the previously mentioned comments. Nice job. Been here several times, and I think we got it. So you will then return. How does the board feel about bringing this back for final, full board, or consent?
I think it'd be consent, Chris. I was just looking at the details earlier. I think you could probably bring the same package back with the comment, any other information that's needed.
Okay.
Just be cognizant of make sure any exterior lighting is indicated with dark sky compliant lighting. But the rest of the details look good, and make that correction to the front door to get that online. We could probably review this on consent, I think.
Okay, someone want to make a motion to that effect?
Yeah, make a motion for preliminary approval to return to consent with a suggestion, with a comment about the railing, to integrate the design of the second story railing with other details of the house, which seems to be more of a horizontal type of siding, but it could be something else.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay, moving on.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, so that was item number 6. And how does the board feel about taking a little lunch break?
Si, senor.
Last 3 items.
Yeah, like half hour, 45 minutes. What do you want to do?
Yeah, it's 12:35 right now. So why don't we just say 1:15?
1:15. Okay, very good.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Oh, and when we come back, I'm going to have Josh probably run those items, just so you know, just to prepare yourselves mentally.
Meanwhile, can we have staff upload the right files, the comments? I mean, I think like what we received was not exactly, with.
Well, yeah, they were gonna clarify for us, because first it wasn't right, then it was right, and then the applicant was thinking it wasn't right. So hopefully we'll hear what we're supposed to be looking at when we get back.
Yeah, as far as what its agenda is for, those 3 items are for conceptual, which is how staff had asked for it to come back.
Okay, so the agenda is correct.
And
the applicant was less supportive of that, but that's what was staff's call.
Okay, thank you. So we'll see everyone back at 1:15.
And
Very
Chris,
good, thank you.
this is Kaylee. I have to step down from all three, so I'm gonna leave the meeting unless I need to come back in.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Haley, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. Who's with us?
So Josh, I'll start it off here. We'll reconvene the SBAR meeting of October 16th, 2020, beginning with item number 7, which is the Santa Barbara Preserve Lot number 12. And the next 3 items, Josh Bloomer will take over as the chair to give me a little break for the next few items. I do want to mention that I had an ex parte conversation with Ken Owen last night, who is the lead, I think it's called Save Santa Marcos Foothills, or an organization. So I want to mention that. And also, I think that was it. So take it away, Josh.
Very good. I also had an ex parte with one of the applicants, just a brief discussion about how we typically generate and do story polling. There's some questions about that, and nothing other of any substance was discussed. All right, let's begin. Who's making the presentation this afternoon?
This is Steve Fort with Suzanne Ellis Planning and Permitting. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Steve,
Hey.
so also keep me in the loop here on what you want. I downloaded all your documents on my end. I'm going to share them.
I'll take care of that, Josh.
Oh, you got it? Oh,
yeah.
Thank you, Blake. Very good.
There's for the next 3 items, there should be files in the box that start with the term reduced.
Right.
That should be good for you, less than 15 megs, et cetera.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to kick off with a brief comment about, and it's kind of global for the next 3 items. And if I need to repeat it for the next 2, I will. Unfortunately, there was some confusion about the agenda and the level of review. We were in the minutes from our last visit to come back for preliminary final for 12, preliminary for 13, and preliminary final for lot 14. And that's how we proceeded in compiling our materials and putting up our story polls for today. I will work with staff on the SCD sequencing and bringing this back for preliminary final. But all that said, I just wanted to, again, reiterate that today we're here presenting to you as preliminary final. I understand we're on the agendas for conceptuals. But we would appreciate your consideration towards that end that we're requesting preliminary final. And if we so proceed, and if you so agree as we get to the end of each of these next 3 items, we would really appreciate coming back for preliminary final on consent at a time that we agree upon with P&D. So I just wanted to get that out there before we dive in with the rest of our architecture. Our landscape architect is on, and our civil engineer is also on.
Can I ask a quick question while I have you, Steve? What is does this go to any other review body after, or is the SBAR the last?
SBAR is the last review body. We are processing a substantial conformity determination, just like we did at the Meadows, because we're revising the designs with you folks and with staff of the previously approved residences. We're making them smaller, lower heights, et cetera. So we are processing an SCD with staff that gets a follow-up LUP.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, and one other item just before we get started, I was actually mistakenly referring to this morning because I forgot how many meetings we've had in the last. Actually had 2 successive meetings, but in our last meeting with you guys, I think we put in the meeting minutes some discussion about just having you explain to us the parameters of your land use process that come before this board. You know, there was some discussion about how the landscape items were to be handled as a part of the LUP, and there seems to be some direction there for future, I was going to say tenants, future homeowners, parameters that they have in terms of how they do landscaping and anything else related to that. If you guys would, at some point in the beginning of this presentation today, educate us on that so we understand how to review this, or if there's a planning staff member that can step in and clarify that for us? Otherwise, I fear that we're going to spend a lot of wasted time trying to figure out how to do landscaping and other site improvements that may already have been defined in your
Josh.
approvals, and you may be assuming that we understand that already. So,
Josh, this is the planner, Nicole, and if Steve wants
Nicole.
to add more to this, he's welcome to. These permits are following up an approval for homes and lots that were approved in 2005 at the Board of Supervisors. And at that time, there were conditions applied. One of the conditions does require review by the Board of Architectural Review, which I would take to, which does talk about landscaping. So I think from my perspective, landscaping is included in the scope of your review.
okay. So I think, Steve, you guys kind of have to kind of define your strategy and how your guys making this presentation. I believe there was comments in the last couple of meetings that referred to that in terms of bringing more information forward. And we heard from you guys that you were going to leave some of that decision making to your future homeowners. So describe to us the strategy and how that should work. That's a part of your presentation today, please.
Well, I think this addresses it in that, we're proposing a landscape plan here today that will get approved eventually by you guys and through the SCD and a follow-up LUP. And that's what the homeowners have. That's what's approved on the properties. If the homeowners want to come back after the lots are built and sold, they would have, depending on, I guess, the level of change that they might propose, they would come back probably for an SCD through planning again, and probably depending on the level of what they're proposing, would come back for an SCD and would come back to you folks if there are future changes. But what we're asking you to approve is what we're running with in terms of this SCD and this LUP. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I think that clarifies it. So I think that was getting misconstrued perhaps, or it might have just been me
misinterpreting
it, but it seemed like an issue that might get in our way. So with that, I think go ahead and present.
Yeah, sorry. So I think Steve characterized that correctly. I just wanted to mention.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I'll just make one last comment just before I hand off to Aaron. I'll be quick. There was some discussion about fencing previously, and you'll see that we've softened the edges of the fencing that you guys commented on previously. And there is this desire, and you'll see in the landscape details, there is a desire, to be similar to the meadows in that we're demarcating the landscape development envelope with a split rail fence. Thank you. And we do want to include out at the property boundaries in certain areas on the edges of these lots that kind of face the public. It's similar to a split rail, but it's like the split rail posts with 3 wires that are, again, they're on our plans. It just gives it a little more definitive boundary, and a little more, I don't want to say authority to it, but there is a little bit of concern. It's a little remote for safety and security along those property lines. And there's trails on each side of us. So that's what you'll see in the landscape plans. And that is the desire in certain areas of the property lines to have the post with the 3, I think they're galvanized wires that show up. I might be wrong on the detail of the wire. Again, it lets wildlife through, probably lets people through also. But it's just something that's desired for like safety and security. And it is actually less visually intrusive than a full-on wood rail, split rail. So okay. Aaron?
Yeah. I'll add to that. I looked this up as well. Typically we don't have in our purview to be reviewing fences of a certain height, under 5, I think, feet or so. And, there's other elements in there like hot tubs and pools that aren't really part of our purview and other things. But what the zoning ordinance does say is that when it's a development project, it is included in our review. So that's the exception, right? And that's the reason, I think that's the justification why we're looking at it, because in larger developments, there's probably a lot of fencing throughout, and it sets up almost a neighborhood of fencing. So, you know, like, just so everybody's clear, it seems that it's something that's appropriate for review, and it's not splitting hairs here. So, all right, let's go.
Go to Aaron.
Hi, this is Erin. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Loud and clear, yes.
Perfect. Okay. Technical difficulties in the past, so hoping we got them checked off today. Since we are on the site context file, I think we can quickly scroll through the sheets attached to this presentation. They are images of the site, and the key map on the left identifies where those photos were taken so that there's some reference in scale in terms of the direction and the orientation. The first lot we will be reviewing is lot 12, and that is part of the lower terrace. It comprises of lot 12, 13, and 14. I think there are a few sheets in this presentation that we can scroll through. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you very much. And there should be another presentation labeled lot 12 that includes architectural.
This is at the end of this one. Yeah, okay.
Should be a separate file. Yes, okay. So again, I'd like to start this presentation by talking about the comments from the last hearing that we had and how we've addressed those items that will be further discussed through the remainder of this presentation. The first comment was that the applicant has successfully addressed previous comments and the project is generally acceptable as proposed. The next comment is that the architecture is well executed and grading appears natural. The comment C is that hammerheads appear large and could be redesigned to appear more casual. Study ways to soften hammerhead and incorporate on-site parking. In response to that, the hammerhead sizes and location have been reviewed by the fire department and all comments have been incorporated. The landscape architect has reduced the visual impact of the hammerheads through the use of different materials and softened edges. Comment D is to provide site sections north, south, east, and west, a minimum of 20 feet beyond the building envelope on all sides. Our response is that site sections have been provided on the civil drawings. Comment E, return with additional details for roof tile and window tiles. In response to that, architectural details have been provided in this set. Comment F, study overall color palette of neighborhood and design a balanced harmony between landscaping and the built environment. Board recommends the use of darker wall color rather than white. In response, our comment is that the overall color palette of the neighborhood has been reviewed to provide a balance among all the lots. Lighter colors are proposed at select locations to provide variation that is important. A darker shade of cream has been proposed for this lot in response to this comment. Comment G, be more specific on color and material selections. The physical color boards were available at the construction trailer at the Meadows, and they include lots 12, 13, and 14 for comparison and review. Comment H, find a greater balance with materiality. We have brought revised elevations to this presentation that balance the board and batten on all sides and incorporate specifically board and batten on the south and east elevations that was not there before. The last comment is that the board suggests incorporating Mediterranean landscaping closer to the house and the use of natives further from the house. And the landscape architect will further explain her planting plan at that point of the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. Leah, I don't have these comments here. The comments that we have on our agenda are different. That's what I've been asking for all day. Can we obtain those comments so that as they're presenting and we're asking questions, we can refer to them?
They're dated September 4th. 2020.
Yeah, so hold on, let's handle this. So the member copy repaired document 10/16/20 in the Dropbox, that's the one that does not have the correct updated comments in it, Leah.
Okay, let me get that fixed and then I will get those to you in just a sec. Aaron, you said what date was this one?
September 4th, 2020.
Okay, give me just a second. I'll send them over to you.
Yeah, just let us know when they're in the Dropbox. You can continue on. And actually, I really appreciate that you're reading those off because I've been kind of scrambling here trying to figure out where the misalignment was. So sorry, we'll continue forward.
For the purpose of time, I'm planning to highlight the changes in this presentation that you have not seen before and how we've addressed the previous comments. So we can flip forward to page 3, the next page on this document. So on this page, I want to highlight the hammerhead area that has been revised to be more softened. There's boulders incorporated, different types of materials to hide that hammerhead. And again, that has been reviewed and approved by the fire department. Next page, please. There was a request for site simulations at different vantage points from Highway 154 as well as across the Arroyo on the east side, on the east side of the site. If we flip through these pages, we've provided an existing view and a proposed view. But in addition to that, there are story poles that were requested at the last hearing for the upper terraces, and those are also available to understand the visual impacts that have been a concern at this location. There are about 6 different sheets in response.
Okay, continue.
We can fast forward to page 11.
So these on the bottom are photo sims, yes, showing the actual homes as they would appear.
Exactly, yes, yes. And these photo sims do not incorporate actual landscape that will be used on the site. This is just the native landscape that's already there. And in general, the site itself from these long distance views is pretty hidden. On the lower right corner of each page, we identified the distance that we are. So on this sheet, we're 3,900 feet from the site, and they're very small. So the Google Earth images aren't the highest of quality when you zoom in really close to something that's 4,000 feet away. The key map explains where we are as well. No changes on this plan. Next sheet, please. The optional floor plans have not changed as well. They are interior options to replace a bonus room with a bedroom and a general living suite where there was already a bedroom and a bonus room.
Is this the second floor or just extension of the first?
Only first floor. There are no second floor options on any of the lower lots.
These are just interior wall adjustments to address a different lifestyle. So there's really nothing that it changes to the exterior of the building with these.
Okay, I think the question was just if it's on the second floor or not. So let's continue. That's fine.
No roof plan changes. Page 14, please. Next page. On this sheet, the only revision that has been made is that the roof tile has been revised from a barrel tile or a clay tile to a flat concrete roof. Yes. Next page, please. On this sheet, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have added board and batten on the south elevation, at the right side, and at the east elevation as it wraps around the corner. So that was in response to the balancing of materiality on this residence.
Quick announcement, everybody, we have the correct minutes on the Dropbox at this point. So I'm looking at items A through J. So which item are you on? You said you were gonna kind of tailor the presentation to the comments, right? Or which one are you on? What letter?
The comment regarding the materiality was comment H.
Okay, so we're
Find
find greater
greater
balance with materiality on structure was the comment. So your solution was to add more board and bat and change the roof material. Is that correct?
Yes. Previously, where the board and bat is on the right side of this plan and on the east elevation, that was all stucco. So the comment was that the board and bat seemed one-sided, and so we've balanced that on all sides in locations that can be cleanly terminated without, just to make sense of the use of materiality.
Okay, right.
Next page, please. Again, there were requests for renderings that included the color, materials, landscaping, and topography. So we've provided a front elevation and a rear elevation, and the date and time are specified on the bottom, June 22nd for this front elevation. The landscape is more of a gesture to what the type of material that will be proposed, so you can understand the foreground and the scale, but the actual materials will be further defined by the landscape architect.
Trees are in the right location.
The trees are in the right location, yes.
Based on the landscape.
Next page, please. Here's the rear rendering, so the landscape again, and the tree placement. Next page, please. I'm going to let Bob speak about the solar studies that have been included for this presentation.
There's been a fair amount of discussion with regard to south-facing walls and the concern for sun penetrating the interior spaces. What we did here is we used a program called Revit and evaluated the sun at different times of the day and at different times of the year. If you can provide us with close-ups through each one of these small vignettes, you will see during the summer months, starting at 12 o'clock through 5 o'clock, there is very little penetration into those interior spaces. So we're confident that the sun angles in the summer months would not severely impact the livability of the interior conditions. In the wintertime, the sun angle is much lower, and you will see that there is sun penetrating the interior spaces. We've tested those conditions with tree placements and believe that the low sun in the winter months will be somewhat, with tree locations, will protect those interior spaces. So we're hoping that through these illustrations, you'll get a better sense of really what's going on in the winter months. We strongly believe that there's not a real need to provide additional canopies or devices to protect the interiors. Winter months, it's cooler. Oftentimes, a homeowner may choose to want to allow sun to penetrate deeper into the room. So this is our answer to providing additional shading at the rears of these homes.
Okay, so just to move us forward, look, I'm gonna kind of, are we going into the landscape and site work next?
Yes, there are just
materials for.
Yes,
okay.
Again, the concrete has been revised from barrel tiles. Next slide, please. Lighting selection and lighting locations have been proposed. These are dark sky compliant light fixtures with bulbs not visible. Again, we will follow all building codes and Title 24 compliance to be with in the requirements for this part of California. Next page, please.
So it just needs to be dark sky compliant. That's what we want.
Great. And architectural details have been provided.
Okay.
And that completes the architectural presentation.
So I'm going to briefly summarize this so that we can get just our notes together and hopefully not have to go back and forth, because we're going to go from here. I think you've kind of packaged up the architectural part, and then we'll go into the site sections in the site. So going back to the list of comments you had from the last go around here. Additional details for roof tile and windows and details. So those have been provided, okay, and those are being reviewed. So the color palette, the overall neighborhood and design balanced harmony between landscaping and built environment. So I guess we'll do that for discussion, but you've got your color boards presented. You've gotten specific about color and material. We asked, I think the most vague question we asked you to study was find greater balance with materiality on structure. I believe the big change here is the board and bat combination and the change to the roof tile as you presented it. And everything else looks to be a comment about site and landscape. So just for everybody's point of reference here, the last time we saw this, we gave the comment, the architectural design is well executed and new grading plan appropriately incorporates natural topography rather than engineered slopes. So that's where we're starting. And we actually, looks like we asked for a reduction in the hammerheads, which you presented. And we asked for a site section. So why don't you take us to the site section real quick? I think we can handle that and then move on to the landscaping items.
There is a site section located on the upper right corner, I think.
Whoever, there are additional site sections. There's a file called reduced C and L, which is reduced civil and landscape. There are site sections in that file. It should be like the 3rd or 4th page in. There you go.
So let's go quickly through those, and then I'd like to, if we can, steer this into the landscape discussion.
There are north, south, east, west sections here showing the existing grade, proposed grade, and the building sections are included for scale and context.
Very good. All right, let's get into the landscape presentation, please.
I think if you scroll through that set, the landscape is next.
Thank you.
Hi, Martha DeGasis from Arcadia Studios. So you're looking at the hydrozone plan, which is representative of the future irrigation, the details. And okay, so this is our planning plan for, wow. There we go. Yeah, if you want to scroll over to the center, please, yeah. So you can see we have a complete planting plan with the plant list. The major change here, of course, we've revised the entry walk such that it's more direct and recognizable leading right to the front door and minimize the other access to the little patio area adjacent to the front walk. We've got some stepping stones there and a little gravel seating area. The landscaping is Mediterranean species, West Rinja and rock rose, that sort of thing. You can see the hammerheads up opposite the entry there. We've got a gravel material for the hammerhead area and then a chip seal area adjacent on the driveway so that it sort of blends together in a landscape way, basically the same rock material on both. And dividing the two, we have flush stone band there just to divide the chip seal area from the asphalt paving on the driveway. Again, the trees are coast live oak, island oak, olive trees, and Marina strawberry trees as an accent tree. The broad areas of ground cover you see, there are 2 types of hydroseed. One is a grass, a mix of grasses, and the other are native forbs and grasses. Also, on the edges, you can see the split rail fence. We've rounded all those corners. And if we go to there's our plant list, mostly native and Mediterranean plants around the house. And if you go to our layout plan, which is before these plans, you can see our detail for this wire, 3-wire fence that Steve was talking about. And let's see how I've got these configured. I think one more sheet up from this before. Yeah. So this is our split rail detail. Yep. Just a 3-rail. And then we've got these lodgepole posts set in concrete footings and then 3 galvanized wires just stapled to the lodgepole. So very transparent look there, quite minimal. And again, just to demarcate the property line for people that are walking on the trails and so on.
Okay, well, I think that more than covers the comments that we had. So is there any more presentation for me today, folks?
Not for lot 12. I think that would sum it up.
All right, any other comments from Steve or Aaron? All right, so I'm going to take it into questions. First, I'm going to start by asking a question of the board. Has everybody here today had a chance to make a site visit and review the story poles? And if not, let us know.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. And I have as well. All right, questions. Why don't we start with John Verdiak. Mr. Verdiak, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Valerie, do you have any questions?
No.
Mr. Peugeot?
No.
Chris?
Sorry, I'm reading. Hold on.
Okay.
No questions.
All right, I don't have any particular questions. The other question I have for the board is everybody get a chance to go by and visit the job site trailer and look at the color boards?
I visited, I couldn't find it, and it was hot, and I don't know. I got discouraged, I guess. You know, I drove around. I think I found the trailer. I wasn't sure where it was. Anyway, no, did not do that part.
So I actually happened upon it and was invited in and was able to review the boards. Anybody else besides me have seen them?
No, I thought we got an email with those pictures of those boards, no?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, well,
I saw
anyway,
that.
I got my eyeballs on them, so. All right, let's move it on. Do we have any public comment today? I see I've got Julia Laraway and Scott Orlowski with their hands raised in the attendee section. Do we want to bring them forward for public comment?
Yes,
Anybody
please.
else wanting public comment opportunity? All right.
We also have a few letters.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Let's do the public comment first. And we'll get it. Have all the board members had a chance to review these letters that are in the inbox?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Who do we have first? Can we? It looks like we have Julia. You're set up to talk.
Thank
have
you.
3
Can
minutes.
you hear me? Yes.
How long, Josh?
Can you hear me?
3 minutes.
Yes,
Julie,
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I was under the impression that this was in the conceptual planning stages. So my questions will be primarily tailored to materials, lighting, and landscaping. I am grateful to Steve Fort for letting me see the plans this morning. My questions are in lieu of the fact that this property burned last year, November 2019. And I'm concerned about any wooden materials that could provide a conduit for fire into the homes. I'm looking at the plans this morning. I saw wooden garage doors, wooden window trim, wooden rafter tails, and wooden pergolas attached to the homes. They're all fire conduits. It was probably over 110 degrees on Labor Day weekend. And in regards to the architects speaking about how the houses will be inside, I was really interested in that. Maybe I would like to hear more about that. For the lighting, I did notice that all the lights are downward facing, and the architect did say that they are all dark sky compliant. Are they automatic lights that come on at dusk and go on off at dawn? What is the wattage of the bulbs in those fixtures? What will be the impact of the lighting as seen from other neighborhoods? And will it increase overall light pollution? For the landscaping, will all the plantings be Santa Barbara Foothill native species plantings? This is a grassland with scattered oaks. The upper property is, and in the plans I saw, it looked like there were large agave plantings, and I was grateful to hear that the actual trees won't be something like a tipu tree, which is native to Brazil. Are any of the Mediterranean species invasive? And if so, the proximity to the actual preserve is problematic. Thank you.
And thank you for being brief. Just to answer your questions, I heard two questions there. I think I can answer one of them. I believe as presented, the lighting on the exterior of this project and throughout is meeting with the design requirements of the zone and the code requirements of the state. So we typically promote a dark sky compliant lighting scheme for projects under our purview, and this project appears to be heading that direction, along with some other things. So if anybody want to chime in to answer the public's question about the landscaping, I believe she was asking if all of the plantings were native and whether or not there was invasive species or not. Those are the two questions I heard.
Martha again.
Actually, before you answer that, can you just, I know they're not all native, so can you give us an idea of maybe the percentage native versus Mediterranean?
The percentage of native versus Mediterranean, it's tilted in the container shrubs toward the Mediterranean because most of the area outside of the house is native hydroseed mix. So again, grasses and forbs, and they're native grasses and forbs applied by seed. None of them are invasive. The olive trees are seedless olives or fruitless olives, so those won't be a problem. The other trees are, the oaks are native, so they won't be.
And that brings us to 3 minutes. So that answers the questions. We're going to move on. Thank you for the public comment, and thank you to the applicant for answering the questions. Scott, are you with us? I have you set up to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, sir. Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, very good. Well, I just got notification of this meeting this morning, so didn't have a lot of time to prepare. But I do appreciate Julia's earlier comment, particularly when it comes to fire, since there was a fire that extended into this area a couple of years ago. And so I think her point is very well taken, and it was one of my points that I wanted to emphasize as well. I'm also a volunteer with the Channel Islands Restoration Group, which is charged with maintaining the preserve part of the preserve. And so to the degree that we have native species as opposed to non-native species, it certainly makes our work a lot easier trying to restore the preserve, because a lot of our time is spent in just clearing out non-native species. And you can see, if you look at the other side of the preserve in the Antone Street entrance, what a difference it makes when the natives are allowed to flourish versus the non-natives. So it's I think, a very critical element. The other thing that's a unique feature of this particular property area is that it has a fairly wide drainage zone for the size of the property that it is. And therefore we get a number of seasonal creeks which are recharged every year during the rainy season and extend several months after the completion of the rains. They continue to run, and those are nurturing not only the native planting areas, but a number of,
1 minute remaining, sir.
Okay, thank you.
1 minute remaining.
California quail, all kinds of, deer, and those kinds of species which have traditionally lived in those areas. So I do have a question about what is the impact to the groundwater reserves of this particular development, and would that affect the availability of water in the creek beds significantly? So those are my items.
Thank you for your testimony and comment. I'm going to refer you to the planning staff to get your question answered about water reserves. It's not the purview of this board. You may take that up with the planner assigned to the project, and they will probably direct you towards an answer to the question you have about that. All right, let's move back to any additional public comment or letters that I don't think we're going to read the letters aloud, but we have the letters. If anybody in the general public today wants to access the letters, those are available to our planning department and our planning staff for your review. They are public records. So any other people here today that actually want to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's this? Nancy?
Nancy Smith Tubiolo. Yeah. I agree with the previous speakers with the same concerns or similar concerns about materials and lighting and native plants. So I won't talk about that, but I am concerned that this item was not on the agenda as a preliminary item for preliminary review. I'm here to speak in terms of the conceptual review. So I'm a little concerned that shouldn't the public be notified if this is actually going on for preliminary or final review? My understanding, my layman's understanding is that this was for conceptual review. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. And those are what my comments are concerning. I'm a community member, and I think most of us in Santa Barbara are looking at across at or up at the preserve. And I feel like it's so important for a group of estates specifically called the San Marcos Preserve to really be part of that environment. And I'm still seeing really light colors on the walls, very reflective. They're really going to pick up the sun, as will some of the roofing materials. So I am concerned about that. We talked about lighting at night and conflicting with the natural environment and views, but I am concerned about reflectivity, not only of the roofing materials and the colors of the walls, but also the windows. I don't know if the glass has been addressed, if all reflective angles have been considered in terms of where the roof overhangs, if that will be shaded, because the glare of windows, especially in the middle of the day, can be and closer to sunset when the sun is low, can be really detrimental in its effects, not only of the views around, but potentially, fire hazard too. So those are my primary concerns right now, but it's most especially because I heard it mentioned that this is sort of being pushed for preliminary approval, and I believed that this was still at the conceptual stage, and I do feel that the public should be given an opportunity to comment if we are in the preliminary stage. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thanks for keeping your time to 3 minutes. Just for your information, this item is on our agenda today for conceptual review. The public is invited to speak out on it, and that's what we're doing right now. And when this goes on the agenda for preliminary review, the public will be invited for their comment at that stage and at final review. So all those options are still on the table. Keep informed by contacting the planning staff to find out when these dates occur. Okay. So I'm going to close public comment unless we have. Looks like I have
Mr.
Danny
Chair,
Litch with their hand raised.
Sorry
Is
to
that
interrupt.
another public comment?
Yes.
Sorry.
Danny, go ahead.
Is this Danny Lynch?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thanks. Yes, my name is Danny. Thank you for your time. So as we know, the primary purpose of a nature preserve is preservation, supporting the health of the place itself and the life that it holds. So I'm just wondering how much research has been done to determine the kinds of impacts this will have on the preserve itself and the wildlife habitat that resides there. So for example, has an edging effect and habitat fragmentation been taken into consideration when determining the placement of the lots as well as the architectural designs and landscape? And two, will there be, I mean, I know we discussed the native plants, will there be any sort of regulations on plant palettes that the property owners have to uphold, as well as rules and regulations on types of chemicals being used on the land? So for example, not allowing invasive species that we spoke of in accordance to the state of California and chemical fertilizers which seep into waterways. So as a concerned citizen, who cares deeply about the community, I'm just, if this research hasn't been done, I'm just urging us to please slow down and do more research on the ripples effects. And if this research has been done, I would like to see that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Danny. I appreciate your public testimony and comment. Most of your questions are beyond the purview of this board. You can actually contact the planner who's been assigned to handle this application and case number. And I believe they will be able to direct you to answers to pretty much all of your questions.
Well, Josh, if I can, I will just say that as far as the building envelopes and the lot locations and these homes, those were all part of the approval and the effects that would have on the surrounding environment back in 2005. So all that analysis was done at that time when these lots were created.
Okay, great. So you guys heard it there from an actual planner from our planning staff. So there you go. And you can contact planning staff if you want to read those documents or ask questions about them. That's all part of the public record and available for your use. Okay, so any other public comments? It looks like I got 2 more hands. It's kind of like popcorn here. Who's next?
Ken Owen, whenever you're ready.
Ken Owen. Didn't we already have Ken? No?
Yeah,
All right,
you're
Ken,
hearing me.
state your name for the record. I'm giving you 3 minutes, sir. Please.
All right,
keep
you
your
hear me
time.
okay, right? You
Yes,
hear
we
me
can hear you.
okay? Okay,
Yes,
good
we can hear you
afternoon,
okay.
Mr. Members of the board. I'm Ken Owen, Executive Director of Channel Islands Restoration. And we're a nonprofit that does habitat restoration at the San Marcos Foothills Preserve, which is adjacent to the property you're talking about. I would suggest that any so-called native plants that are used be locally sourced genotypes, because I don't have time to go into the full description, but there's natives and then there's natives. Ones that are imported from outside of the area can be hybridized with local genotypes and actually cause habitat degradation. I'm particularly concerned with the use of Mediterranean plants. I know they do best in our climate, but they also, many of them are invasive, like rock rose and imported ceanothus. Both of those are spreading in our local front country trails, and they're part of this project, Still Landscaping. So that worries me about those potentially spreading to the nearby preserve. You may also know that we're spearheading a campaign to buy the parcels at fair market value. And we've already raised $1.3 million. And we believe the best use of the property is buy it and add it to the adjacent San Marcos Foothills Preserve, which would keep the property as open space and wildlife habitat, and it would allow for the management of the grasslands in an ecologically friendly way that will also mitigate fire concerns, fire danger that is an ongoing issue in that area. Thank you.
You have a minute remaining, sir. Is that the end of your comment and testimony?
Yeah, I won't hold you up.
Okay. I did hear a question there, and at some point when we get back into out of the public comment. We'll see if we can get that answered for you, but it really relates to your question about native species, and then apparently there's native species. So we'll make sure that we try to answer that for you. Next, who else do we have who would like to speak today?
Mr. Chair, we have Lisa and Kelly. So Lisa, whenever you're ready.
Please state your name for the record, and when you start, I'll give you 3 minutes to speak. I also see Kimberly Morales with her hand raised.
Lisa, we're gonna go ahead and let Kimberly go first, and then hopefully you can work on your audio, okay?
Kimberly, can you hear us? Kimberly, can you hear us?
Check to see if you're muted. You may be muted. Check your mute button.
It looks
Yeah,
like
Kimberly.
She's not muted.
Yep, here she comes. There she goes. Unmute, please, Kimberly. I'll do it for you. There you go. There you go. Is this Kimberly?
Yes.
Success. Okay, you have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead and give us your name for the
Okay,
record.
I'm in support of the Channel Islands Restoration Project that Ken Owen just talked about. I do not actually want the proposal of the San Marcos Foothill Homes or Terraces of San Marcos to be approved. As a Santa Barbara resident for 56 years and a homeowner, it's just practical sense not to build in this fire hazard area. The cost of defending expensive homes in this area is an expense which can be eliminated before it happens. The California fires of just the last few years have made this a clear, no-brainer decision for everyone. Please do not build these homes here. The small number of investors, builders, and proposed homeowners who would benefit from building this is insignificant in comparison to the greater good for the Santa Barbara community. This proposed project not only is unsafe, but it's at the cost of losing the beautiful space for all the citizens of Santa Barbara, as well as the grasslands, which are vital homes for birds and animals. Santa Barbara citizens do not want the beauty of the foothills sacrificed for the few. Once this open space is gone, it's gone for good. We want to continue to enjoy this free space for everyone of Santa Barbara, including the children and the grandchildren of Santa Barbara. Please have the safety and forward vision for everyone in Santa Barbara upheld by denying this project. We are all custodians, not only of nature, but also the beauty of Santa Barbara. The Channel Islands Restoration Group is working very hard to save this beautiful land for everyone's use. I and many other citizens of Santa Barbara are donating the money needed to carry the group's efforts forward. Thank you very much for hearing my thoughts.
All right, thank you, Kimberly, for your public comment and testimony. Thanks for keeping it brief. Unfortunately, most of your comments are beyond our purview. We heard you loud and clear, but perhaps you should take those to the planning staff or perhaps the planning commission, where the decision makers around these projects can potentially address your concerns. We're here to review the aesthetics of the landscape, grading, and architecture for a project that's already been planned and approved for these uses in this property. So any other public comment?
Mr. Chair.
Samantha.
Yes. Hi. Hi, my name's Samantha Eddy. I would like to echo a lot of the things that have already been said, but I would just like to reiterate that I also am concerned about certain things. The first thing I do have questions on, and I know some of it was explained, and I did drop out for a second, so I might have missed part of it, but I am really concerned about the invasive species on the landscape, the potential invasive species, also non-native plants, and really wanting to keep with the landscape of the preserve and not detracting from that. And so I am curious about what kind of plants will be planted and ensuring that they're non-invasive, because we have so many invasive plants in Santa Barbara, and I think we need to be aware of that and prevent it. The other thing I also want to echo is just the lighting. So the colors that I had seen in the drawings of the homes, the white cream color it's pretty bright. It's pretty strong. It's a strong color in the middle of this land, you know, and it will stick out. And I would also advocate for darker colors. I think that white is just so bright and it will be seen from far away, and we want it to blend in more. I want it to blend in more. And then the last thing I just want to say, and this also had been addressed, but yeah, just I had come prepared for a conceptual meeting. So just, I know there was a request about it turning preliminary, but I'm myself and I know others were only prepared for conceptual. So I just asked that that remain what it is, because the public, as the public, we were prepared for conceptual and not preliminary. So
it is a conceptual hearing, just so you know.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
but there was a request.
Again, once again, to everybody that we haven't decided that yet. That's what we're here to do today, to decide whether or not it's ready to go on to preliminary status, or that doesn't grant it preliminary approval. It just is a decision whether or not we move from conceptual approval into agendizing the project for its next visit to be considered for preliminary or final approval. So that will be discussed here today. But thank you for speaking and keeping your comments brief. Do we have any other comments or any other public speakers?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any other requests to speak.
Okay, just a summary of what I'm hearing from the public in terms of items that we can address, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm hearing there's concern about non-native and invasive species in the plant palette and proximity to the preserve, building materials specifically around colors and blending in, and then concerns about lighting. Those are all things that this board has control over. Many of the other comments we don't, and can be addressed by other bodies at the county or county officials. There goes my alarm. All right, we're gonna close public comment and bring it back to the board for additional questions or response. Anything that we want to respond to quickly. I'll give you guys like a minute real quick to, I think those three items seem to be the largest concern from the applicant, to respond back to any of the three. I'd like you to really limit it to the plant species, the building materials, and lighting. See if you can respond to the comments you heard, questions you've heard about those items.
Oh, I really have no questions.
That's it. I'm giving the applicant a minute to respond to that.
Oh, sorry.
Commentary we just heard from the public. You guys want to make any quick rebuttals to that, or give us any more information that will help address what we heard as questions and concerns?
This is Erin from Robert Heidi Architects. Again, as I mentioned during the presentation, the lighting on this property will be dark sky compliant, and we have every intention of complying with the regulations that have been set forth in those documents. Regarding the color, we're open to the feedback from the board. Again, we are hoping to provide enough diversity within this community to have a range of different colors and tones, and that is the reason for a lighter tone on this residence.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to, yeah, if you quickly address the concerns about, real quickly, please.
Yeah, so we can increase the number of locally sourced plants. There is a very limited palette available in the trade, so we're restricted by that, but we can specify those that are available for local seed source.
Okay, well, we'll look at that in our comments here. So we're going to move on to comments. Chris, could you quickly pop up the material board for this particular project while we do that? And John, why don't you go ahead and start us off with comments, please?
Well, I mean, I like the project very much. I have a question. Is it going to have gutters on this building? And if so, what material are they going to be made out of?
Aaron, can you talk about that? Do you have gutters, and what kind of sheet metal, what color are you going to use for that and other flashings?
Yes, there will definitely be gutters on this building. I'm just flipping to the details. They will be aluminum and painted to match the stucco as they run down the.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's all I have.
Any comments, John?
No.
No.
Okay, Chris, do you want to jump in with comments and
sure.
Conditions?
Well, I hear the public, wishing that they had more notice about this, and the confusion, and it's I'm still confused because anyway, it's frustrating. But with regards to what we're able to comment on, I do think that, we should think about turning back the dial a little bit on the Mediterranean species, especially like really colorful, blue agaves and that sort of thing, to me just does not fit in this very natural setting. So I would encourage you to sort of reduce the really loud colored species, and even move more towards the native species and locally sourced genomes. If contract growing is a possibility, that might be a good idea here as well. Let's see, definitely you can tell by, excuse me, by, some of these images. Where'd it go? That's not that one. These tell a lot of the story right here. And it's obvious that these are going to be very visible from the 154. And I'm having a real, it's such a beautiful open space. And so my comment would be to screen these homes as much as possible from the 154 and any views. Hang on a second, sorry. I'm back. So yeah, consider increasing the screening, actually don't consider, increase screening from these views that we're seeing here to lessen the impact on the public. Also the color, I understand the want for making these a little bit different, but this is it's too white. It doesn't need to be white. It's kind of creamy a little bit, but from a distance, it's going to be very bright, and we need to have earth tone colors on these. So this to me is unacceptable, the house color. I'm also, it's not the end of the world if a couple of them are similar colors, as long as they blend in to a greater extent into the natural landscape. I think lastly, I just had a question. Since someone mentioned gutters, I'm wondering, we haven't really seen anything in terms of how you're handling stormwater. So if you could comment on, I didn't see any bioswales or any, treatment or storage or anything to that degree. So if you could give me a quick answer on that, it'd be helpful.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Okay.
You guys are going to come back. So Chris, I'm just going to.
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't be asking questions.
Let's have that we're going to hold on to that as a comment when they come back for the next.
So the comment would be
they can present that.
Inform the board of the stormwater treatment methods and such. So
yeah,
thank
you. That should be incorporated in the landscape plan. So let's all right. Anything else from you, Chris?
No.
All right, Valerie, are you with us?
Yeah.
Jump in, please.
Yeah. Well, after going to the site and looking at these photo sims, I feel pretty strongly that the colors have to be darker, and that the architecture here it's a big improvement over previous iterations of this project, but it's still, it was an opportunity to do truly organic architecture that would just blend into this beautiful grassland that is kind of one of the last open spaces and in a prime corridor of Santa Barbara. So though the houses are more subdued and low key than in the past, I think that a concerted effort needs to be made to take that a notch further and really go for darker colors. I still think, even with that sun study, that more overhangs would not only give sun protection, but also would minimize the interior light that will come out of the glass at night. The so-called lantern effect. Even with all the night sky compliant exterior fixtures, you're going to have light outsourcing from all of the glazing. So in an interest of keeping this really as low key, I think dark colors are really important. Overhangs. For the public's concern about fire, these houses are going to be built to high fire standards. I know that doesn't satisfy the desire for it to just be open space, but it is, just for everybody's information, these houses will be built to high fire practices, current codes. And then I also really support the landscape being as much native as possible, and again honoring the preserve and the aspect of the setting that this is in by going above and beyond that way.
All right, so Alex, planner Alex, so what we have so far is a request to see the next time this comes before us, the landscape plan show the stormwater retention and filtration plan. We're hearing that we want darker colors on the paint or on the finishes of the exterior of the building. We're hearing
additional screening,
reduce the amount of non-natives on the landscape palette, and study additional screening methods with the landscape from the public right of way. So did I miss anything?
Yeah, sorry. Well, Alex Peugeot, I think, hasn't commented yet.
I know, I will. I'm gonna
I also
ask him
wanted
if he has anything to add.
Okay, sure. I just wanted to add that if there's any proposed landscape lighting, that be shown as well. I don't think we saw any.
Yeah. So the other that's the other element is dark sky compliant lighting throughout the site and through the buildings. And then I heard Valerie say that study deeper roof overhangs, or probably we could add to that architecturally recessed openings to reduce the amount of light spill and reflective light out of the outward facing window systems and so forth.
And the other benefit of the overhangs
Alex,
is that it
do you have
doesn't
any addition? Yeah, we get it. Alex, do you have any comments that are different or additional or?
First of all, I agree with all of those comments. I agree wholeheartedly with every one of them. I have a question maybe for the applicant to bring at the next time. The fire-resistant materials. I was wondering about the eave detail, the 3x6 rafters on it. If that's just to make sure that they meet the building department standards for high fire interface, including I think the siding is obviously like a Hardy type, like a Hardy trim and so forth, but there are some elements called wood, and I'm not sure exactly what that means. The applicant is using heavy timber, 8x, so that's perfectly fire resistant. And now regarding I have one comment regarding the roof pitch, and if you go back to let's say page 16, please. If you can put the page 16 on the screen. and then 17 as well, 16. There you go. I neglected to mention this last time, but it seems like that porch over the on the right hand side, and if you go to 17, the next picture, next page, you see it like that. It's the traditional approach is to break the pitch. You have a 4 on 12, and then you go to 3 or 2.5 on 12 or 3 on 12, just to make those long lines a little bit smoother. That's a minor request. Regarding the additional sun control, these sun studies are really they do not work for our area. We had 90 degrees yesterday. I mean, the hardest time of the year in this part of the world is September, sometimes October. It's not June. Like Mark Twain famously said, the coldest winter I spent was a summer in San Francisco. So the June 22nd, June 21st is not your hardest day by any approach of the imagination. So I keep talking about sun control because it does create an organic vocabulary, a set of tools that enhance the building but also relate to nature. And that's why I keep talking about that for the last few minutes. And the colors, I agree with that 100%. Regarding gutters, they really should be copper. With this type of quality, we expect certain materials. It should be copper gutters and downspouts. Thank you.
All right, Alex, can you go back one page, please, Chris? I just want to confirm something that you said, Alex. Are you referring to this roof pitch here?
No. Go back. Go back one more.
Sorry.
There you go. That one right there. That one right there.
So you're looking for that to get a lower roof pitch is what you're saying, and bring it up the roof a little bit more? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it just seems like
right,
any
other comments from anybody? Alex, planner Alex, I hope you got those. Look, I only have one comment to add. I think just a suggestion on the gutter finish. I think you might want to, if you have metal like wrought iron on the project, consider painting your aluminum gutters and downspouts to match either the window frames or perhaps tie them in with the other metallic elements like the lighting or the wrought iron. But you don't think you're going to be successful with matching that to the body color of the building, but not in this current proposal, because I think it's just going to add more attention to it. So I think the main comments are darken the building. I think that's pretty unanimous. I think in order to give you guys the best direction possible here, that's not a study or a suggestion. That's a kind of a condition. So darker paint color, improve the plant species, reduce the non-natives, and then there's a couple of detail items that have been asked that I think we've captured here. And the lighting is part of that as well. Anything, I think we can move on from this.
I just have one other discussion item. I went up there last night because it's the only time I could get there, and I was kind of expecting, and I thought last time we had asked for all the story polling to be done. So I was kind of surprised that it was just these 3 homes and not the other 5. But I don't know if anybody else was surprised by that. I just wanted to mention, I was kind of expecting to see all the.
I was actually glad I could just focus on that because I spent quite a bit of time walking around the project. And just to address this, put my comments in. There's one house obviously that's a little bit more prominent than the others, and it's the one that sits up on top of the knoll, facing out towards the bridge to nowhere kind of entrance. And the other 2 houses are so well hidden, it actually took me quite a while to find them, even though they have 2 red flags denoting their location. So I found that 2 of the properties were actually pretty well nestled in, and one was pretty prominent, and I thought that was generally a decent strategy given all the choices out there where you could put these houses. I always say this, but the problem with buildings is you can see them. So since the ship has already sailed that these guys get to put buildings on the site, I would support just a little bit of screening, a little bit of darkening of the finishes to get them to blend into the site more, and taking care of the landscape to make it really fit in with the proximity to the preserve. So All right, we're gonna close this item and move on to the
What do you
next.
wanted to come back for?
Yeah, that's the question. Are we ready to see this on a preliminary final? So I definitely feel like this should come back as a full board review. And if the applicant brings it back for preliminary final, we're going to need to see a lot of detail. Or we can just come back on preliminary for a preliminary approval. But doesn't seem like
you know, since we previously, when we left you guys before, we were at the preliminary final stage. Then we're not on the agenda for that, but we would like to come back for preliminary final. We think it can.
Well, we recommended it before, and I guess that's what we're recommending it for now, unless there's I don't see any reason why we shouldn't. So you guys have clear marching orders on what we're looking at. So let's move on to the next item. I'm going to close test on this item and open up the next. So I believe that takes us to lot 14, or no, 13, sorry. So we'll go ahead and pull that up. SBAR comments, we had quite a few. Overall, let's just quickly breeze through this. Overall architectural style is appropriate. Grading appears natural and is appropriate. Study garage and front elevation. Consider using slump stone or larger brick material. Emulate adobe. Front door is hard to find, should be improved. Location of trellis on north side should be restudied. Return with plants labeled according to what's there. Return with plans, show finished floor, some drafting stuff there. Overall site plan, call out box showing overall site plan on their sheet. Study, more drafting, steady transition between main and shared driveway and individual driveway. Provide materials and details for columns and beams, trellis. Provide site section, north, south, east, west, same site sections again. Restudy the shape of hammerhead, return with more developed landscape plan. Study use of architectural elements in the rear elevation of the pool cabana to create more cohesive style, include color and materials palette. So why don't we repeat what we did last time, Aaron? Just why don't you walk us through the architectural improvements, then we'll work on like the driveway and the site sections, and then we'll go to the landscape.
Okay, no problem. Then I won't focus on our list of responses. I will just take you through the changes that we've made in response to your comments. Again, I will skip through this site plan sheet and the following sheet, page 3, which addresses the hammerheads that have been revised, and we can focus on that later in the presentation. Proceeding to page 4 through, I think, 11, these are the same 3D sim views, or site simulation views, but we're circling the lot where lot 13 occurs. So that's the variation, but in general,
it's not really any. Yeah, we've all looked at it. We all have these files. Let's just get us to the architecture. Let's go through the architectural elements, and then we've already kind of done this. This is going to be redundant.
Page 13, please.
There we go.
So the massing at the garage has been simplified as requested, and the material is revised to a slump block instead of brick as it previously was indicated. The precast columns have now been revised to wood posts to respond to some comments about this vernacular and being more true to the architectural style. Page 15, please. 3D massing studies have been included with color materials. These are all accurately representing the architecture, as well as the site entry and proposed landscape. Again, this is just for context and some foreground so you can understand where the planting will go, but the landscape plans are really the driving factor here. Page 17 shows the solar studies, and I will not go into detail about
Can you talk about how you, can you address the comment about the entry? Like, what did you do to improve that? Or did you guys bite on that hook or not?
We felt that the landscape drawings were really addressing how you're going to enter the front
Okay.
door. Previously, there was
Sure.
a fountain off to the. Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm talking over somebody. The landscape and the architecture were, I think, making it a little bit confusing to find the entry door, and the landscape drawings now really clearly indicate how that access will be taken.
So we'll look at the landscape drawings to figure out that item. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Sure.
Can you go to the garage front elevation and talk about that real quick? Study garage front elevation. Tell us what we're doing there that we need to work on.
What we had previously was more of a three-step garage where the left side and the right side were recessed, and the board felt that it was overly complicated. So we have come back with a simplified solution and cleaned up the roof massing so that it was not so fragmented.
Okay. All right, and you did discuss the trellis in the back, and we got our material boards, and you did the 3D rendering. So why don't you show us your hammerhead, kind of your site sections, and then
If you
move
can
us towards
please,
the landscape drawings.
if we can
By the way,
rewind
did
to
you-
page 20, I would
I
like
just want to ask you on the previous project, did you guys have details in your presentation?
for lot 12,
Yes.
or
Some, I think, right?
for the one that we reviewed today, yes.
Okay. Just make sure we look at your details on this project before we move on. Maybe make sure that, and just the other board members, make sure that you're looking at those in your packages.
On this page, we would just like to draw your attention to the use of the mixture of one piece and two piece clay tile. We would like you to consider this as a solution for this residence. On this elevation, you can see that it is a one-piece tile, and various random places throughout the roof it's boosted so that it has the appearance of a two-piece system. Along the very front eave, it's boosted so that it has additional depth and characteristics that are conducive to a roof that was completely made out of two-piece tile.
Okay, very good. All right, onto the site. And landscape.
Which file? Somebody want to tell me where to go here?
There should be another file.
Oh, it's reduce C&L. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I guess so.
So why don't we start with the hammerhead, show us how you address that, and then maybe go on and show us how the landscaping has improved the front door. And then we can kind of meander through the rest of these items.
Sections.
The site sections are, again, the east-west orientation as requested.
Okay.
The hammerheads have been dealt with similar to lot 12, where they've been softened and naturalized and reviewed by the fire department for a mixture of materials that will allow them to blend in with the driveway and the landscape surrounding the entry sequence.
Landscape.
I'm sorry, I skipped over your pool cabana too, so throw that one in your presentation at some point here. It said study the architectural elements and the real elevation of the pool cabana to create more cohesive style. I assume with the main residence, perhaps. I'm gonna jump back to that real quick, Chris.
It'll be on the back to the A sheets. Reduced A, yeah.
It's on page 18 of the architectural, yes.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is. So what you do
So
there?
The comment that came forward was really related to some corbels on exactly that loggia, and we've now introduced a horizontal wood beam and removed those corbels. The window or the opening trims and the window trims now match the main residence, and the stucco materiality is very similar.
Okay, good. So, thank you.
going. What do I need to do?
Landscape?
Pardon? Yeah.
You
So
gotta tell
again,
them- you
the,
gotta tell Chris where you want, just where you guys want to be. Okay.
yes.
There you go.
And I apologize. It looks like we had a little shift in one of our references here. So we've got some landscape a little shifted off, but the hammerhead's similar. We're doing it in gravel and we have boulders interspersed throughout the landscape and sort of semi-bordering the hammerhead. Chip seal on a portion of the driveway in front of the residence and the motor or the garages so that it will blend to the hammerheads. Again, surrounded by landscape that will soften that whole edge. The front entry walk would be a flagstone, which is a fossil creek that would blend and match the slump stone. And it's set into a running bond pattern. So it'll reflect that, but be a little richer material. We had a little fountain over to the side. It's just a at-grade basin with some flagstone surrounding it and a bit more of that gravel. And again, oaks, olives, strawberry trees, which are non-native, but, and the olives are, but, and then Arctostaphylos or manzanita, that sort of thing, some non-native agaves, etc. We'll revisit this palette and sort of refine it to trend much more strongly toward the native plants. But we do have a number of natives that are native hybrids in here. But we'll tilt it a little higher to the native then in the next review.
I think one thing we haven't asked is what is the materiality on these patios?
Most of the patios that are shown are under the architectural drawings, and I'm assuming that Aaron will speak to those. Again, we're showing the bark mulch paths that are the curvilinear. And then, like I said, the entry walk is Fossil Creek flagstone cut into that running bond pattern, large format. It's 16 by 32.
Okay. Aaron, can you answer that real quick on the patio materials?
Yes, we will be continuing what is shown on the site. So the flagstone materials will just maintain continuous throughout those patio spaces.
Okay, thanks. Okay, what's next? Oh, I guess we're not really in questions, but this looks like it's some kind of drainage thing. Is there any planting associated with that while we're on this page?
That, Chris, what that is, it's not on this parcel. It's not in this landscape development envelope. It is part of the drainage system that was approved for the entire terraces. There's a basin there and there's an easement for it on that lot. There's also another basin that's over by kind of where the cul-de-sac is, where the road to nowhere ends, and there's the cul-de-sac, and then this road starts. There's another basin over in that area. So just real quick, drainage has all been reviewed and approved, and as part of the subdivision improvements. It's not part of the purview of this project or this LDE.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. So we were looking to get our comments handled here. So can you kind of talk about the front door, please, and talk about how the landscape elements help the front door and sense of entry? That was a comment.
I think they've done that. It's the revised entry walkway.
Yep. Okay, we're good there. All right, and then study the transition between main, shared driveway, and individual driveway. That we feel like got enough information there.
The driveway location's been reviewed with the fire department, and it's been revised accordingly to meet the needs that they've requested.
Yeah, I'm reading our comment was kind of, I'm trying to interpret what that says, a steady transition between main, shared driveway, and individual driveway. So I guess that's the transition off of the main.
I think that's here, right?
Yeah. So I'm not sure if anybody have any concern about that at this point?
Well, that might have been my comment, and I just, I think we just wanted to know more about what's happening here, but it looks like this is all asphalt, and then it continues as asphalt, right? And then chip seal, and then gravel. Is that right, Martha?
Correct.
Okay. So.
Is there a gate in there? What's that line across? No?
No, it's drain. I believe.
Oh, that's a drainage thing.
Here's that drainage easement coming down through there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think what seemed awkward at one point is how it switches, it becomes narrower, and it wasn't clear how it
yeah, because it's a 2-lane road up until that point, and then it turns into a private drive. So
yeah, so it's just a little bit odd right here, and it could probably just be softened a little bit, just to all
right, well, let's put that in the comments. Let's jump in. So basically, that takes us to, is that the end of your, I think you've covered all the items in your presentation. Is there anything else you guys want to present to us before we move on to public comment or questions?
Not for
rather?
architecture.
Okay, so we kind of started here with some questions about that driveway transition, and I think there's some comments there. Let's hold off on those. Any other questions from board members? Alec?
I cannot think of anything right now.
Valerie?
No, I don't have any right now.
Okay, John?
No.
Okay, Chris?
No questions.
Can you
real quickly, please?
Sorry, you broke up. Say again.
Yeah, my earbud just died. Sorry. Can you push up the material board real quick?
Yes, I think so.
It'll be down a few sheets.
Okay. So
there we go. All right, very good. So I'm going to open up public comment. I've already see one hand up. Looks like Ken Owens.
Hi, I'm back. Thank you very much, members of the board. Could you put up the plant palette again?
Sure.
All right, Ken, I'm going to start timing you. You've got 3 minutes here.
Okay, I'll try not to take much of your time. But yeah, I regret that I didn't pay more attention to this process so that I could have earlier weighed in on some of your choices here. But again, we locally source natives all the time for landscaping. We're a landscape contractor as well as being a nonprofit organization. And, Santa Barbara natives would be your best bet. But a lot of these hybrid natives are like the salvias are concerned to me because, again, they could hybridize with salvias on the preserve. Rus integrifolia is very common on the preserve. I'd hate to think that was coming, the source for the genetics, if that was coming from someplace other than the Santa Barbara area. I already mentioned rock rose as being invasive in our local foothills already. It's a bad plant. It's pretty, but it's a bad plant. So those are probably just my first thoughts. Again, I would have liked to have taken a little bit more. Areogatum grande, I haven't seen, rubescens, I haven't seen hybridized, so I guess I'm not worried about that. But a lot of these other, see if I can see any others. I wouldn't worry about the Arctostaphylos because we don't have any nearby except in the mountains. But again, bees fly long distances, many miles to pollinate plants. So if you end up putting plants that are in the Santa Ynez Mountains, on the edge of the Santa Ynez Mountains, different species, different Arctostaphylos, different Ceanothus, for instance, you can easily end up with genetic pollution. Look at Mission Canyon and all of the Ceanothus from Northern California that's spreading in it. I love the Botanic Gardens, but they themselves have recognized that they've changed the genetics to a degree in Mission Canyon. So these are just things that I'd like you to think about very seriously. You've mentioned some that you are thinking about it, and I appreciate that while you go forward.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ken, for your comments and that good information. Appreciate it. Who else would like to speak? I see. Let's see who else has their hand up here. Is Nancy Tabio? Are you wanting to speak? If so, I've unmuted you. You can speak. Hello, Nancy. Are you there? Can you unmute and let us know? Okay, I'm not hearing Nancy. Is there any other speakers that would like to enter their comments into the public record?
Mr. Chair, I have no other requests to speak.
Okay. Very well. All right, back to the board. Does the applicant have any response to anything that they've heard so far? I'll give you like 30 real quick.
Not necessarily. I don't. Your comments were pretty. Comments have been
straightforward on this. Okay, good. So let's bring this back. Yeah, bring this back to the board for any considerations, findings, and conditions of approval comments.
Okay.
Chris, why don't you start us off this time?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think some of the comments from before should be carried over, comments from the last item, basically with regards to the native species and moving more towards the natives and locally grown natives and reducing, like blue agaves and those sorts of things. Let's see, the coloring here I think is better. Also carry forward the comment about show landscape lighting if there is any. Also additional landscape screening from public views while maintaining views from, this parcel. This is a little tricky. It's kind of strategic placement and planting of certain sizes that don't grow up too much into view, but can help to block views from below. And the stormwater management, you're just curious about how that's being handled on each individual lot. Otherwise, I think that's all I have for comments.
All right, how about Alex? Go ahead.
Yes, I have the same comments regarding the sun control as I had in the other projects. If you can go to the architectural set and go to, let's see, what is it called? Okay, well, but if you go to page, let's say, okay, let's start with page 22. So I'd like to get into the details a little bit. Okay, if you focus in the center of the page, detail 17, it's a flash rake, right? You see a flash rake in there? And then you see that's what that is. And the eave detail, it shows what appears to be a copper, it seems like a half round copper gutter, but we hear now that it's going to be aluminum, it appears. It's drawn as a round downspout. And I'm saying that because I expect to see high quality materials, two-piece mission tile, copper gutters and downspouts, smooth plaster, smooth steel trowel plaster, and aluminum clad windows, I guess. If you go up now to page where the elevations appear on page, let's see. Okay, on page 16 there. That shows a different type of rake, not the flash rake that you show in the details, but the rake that protrudes out somewhat, I'm not sure if it's a foot or what, but there's a shadow line in there. So I'm just asking that the applicant be consistent in the presentations. You know, that they show whatever the details show is what is, because the details rule. If you show a detail a certain way, regardless of what you show in the elevations, that's the project that you are, you know, proposing for approval. So, the colors are acceptable, but the sun control is very clear on this elevation where that is not addressed. Thank you.
So just to clarify, you mentioned the two-piece tile. The proposal was for a mix of 1 and 2. So you're suggesting that it's
well, it's just like a simple thing, just like the city of Santa Barbara has done quite some time ago. Very clearly, no S-tile allowed in the city and so forth. You can make exceptions maybe on smaller projects and in less expensive projects, but it's just like a standard that you set for your whole, you know, this part of the county. That's, you know, that I think is, you know, we should aim for. Like, we do not accept vinyl windows in general. You know, why should we accept materials that are not first class in a property, in a development that is first class?
Okay, well, I think the comment is to improve the coordination of the details, right? And to the presentation and your expectation for the materials is that they're of high quality. That's the comment, right?
Correct.
Okay, Valerie, you want to make some comments?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking along the same lines. I think it should definitely be two-piece mission tile, not a mix. I think it should have copper gutters. I think there should be more of an effort for sun control. The color on this building is better. And then I also agree with the landscape comments to really look to using natives. And you know, following up on how you source the natives.
Okay. Right. Who did I miss? John.
Well, I reinforce what Valerie said, especially about the roof. That's it.
Okay. So my comments, really, the only comment I have is, I guess, different from you guys at this point. I'm not so concerned about the roof tile. And the gutters, I don't believe they have to be copper, although I think if they're painted, they should probably paint them out to match the color of the window system. I don't know if copper is actually going to be as successful as everybody thinks it is on this particular project. I think it's a pretty neat and tight project. I don't know if like Adobe, slump stone, and copper are part of the same vernacular. It seems like something a little bit more humble and quieter would be better with this type of architecture than bright red copper that's going to turn green someday. But I don't know. I think painted a dark color would be just as fine. Just fine. So the only other comments I have is that I think that I appreciate the work that's been done to the site, and especially work on the hammerhead and reducing that profile. So,
Mr. Chair, I have one additional brief comment, or actually it's kind of more of a question. We're talking a lot about these native species and how do we, you know, limit the use of invasive species. Are there any protections, I guess, in the whatever you want to call them, CSRs, that would prevent someone from, like a future homeowner, from just planting whatever they want and having it basically pollute the, you know, the local environment? Can maybe the applicant address that briefly?
Maybe why don't we hear from our planner, Alex, on that.
Hey everyone, this is actually Tess. Alex had to go.
Okay.
So, and I was just taking down the notes. So your guys' latest, can you just repeat the latest question?
Yeah.
I apologize.
There was concern about the biological qualities and
Uh-huh.
preserving them. How can we, is there a way to prevent future homeowners from just planting whatever they want and basically, compromising an ecosystem?
There
No, there's
are,
not.
yeah, there are landscape conditions of approval that can be placed on a project, where you can say like use natives to the maximum extent feasible, but we don't have, otherwise I would, if there are CCNRs or some other private way to do it, I would suggest that as well.
Okay, so I guess the comment would be, the comment is then the board suggests the developer include in their CCNRs the promotion of species and whenever possible, and to just, it's basically raising awareness. Some people just plant stuff and they have no idea what it does because they think it's pretty one day and then they saw it.
Well, I'm not sure that this board has any ability to enforce how the developer creates their CCNRs, and I think this is getting off track, so I'm going to clip it here. Okay, the concern's been addressed. We're here to review the landscape plan that's being presented to us today. Keep your comments to that. And we're not, if you guys have questions about what conditions of approval this project has, you can reach out to the planner after the meeting and find out. We can discuss it next meeting. But right now, as Steve Fort so clearly stated to us, what we're here to do today is to review this proposal and judge it on its current merits. And we're not trying to stem the tide of whatever could or could not happen in the future with people that have to pull other permits or do other things or own other
asking a question.
aspects of the project. So we got to move on. So that's enough of that discussion. Okay, so we have our comments. We're going to close up shop on this item and move on to the next. Okay. Anybody want to make any last? I'll give you 30 seconds, Steve, for a rebuttal or a comment about that. We're going to move on to the next item.
Can we come back for preliminary and final?
Yeah, I believe all three of projects are probably going to go that way today based on how this is going. So I believe this project should come back for preliminary. Yeah, review, full board. We could do preliminary / final the way we did last time. Okay. All right, moving on. Next item. Let's go on to, we're gonna have steam here, folks. It's been a long day, sorry. We're gonna open up comment or open up a hearing here for Santa Barbara Preserve Lot 14. Change out the slides. Most of the board feels the overall project is good and materially is appropriate. One board member feels that the style material should be simplified and unified throughout. Hammerhead is improved. Layout style hardscape is overly formal. Walkways appear mechanical and not appropriate for setting. Study use of window sizes. Shapes be more cohesive throughout. Consider providing shade protection at large windows. Use sun protection elements appropriately. Sun protection in north should be different than those used in the south elevations. Restudy the front door. Clarify how the front door is accessed and announced. Include architectural plans and immediate site elements. Show how the floor plan relates to the site plan. Study the roof crack to provide, study slight roof crack to provide larger separation between the roof or continue same roof height. Provide site sections. Include color materials. Use drop at south edge of pool instead of sloping site. And either develop pool surrounding hardscape fully or show general location of pool and dash lines, which I think you've done on all of the projects today. So go ahead and make your presentation, please.
Okay.
Chris, you're going to want the reduced set. There you go.
So again, I will focus on the items that have changed and fast forward through these sheets related to the site plan and the hammerhead, so we can quickly breeze through these several sheets until we get to the floor plan itself.
You go quickly, please.
Page 11 will be where the site plan is. Or floor plan, I'm sorry. All right, on this sheet, the floor plan did not change. I just wanted to bring to your attention that we did include the site context immediately surrounding the residence itself. The next page, no changes to the options. There are internal options, no second floor options at this residence. This is just an optional living suite. It does have a minor elevation impact, but it is a small covered porch that is introduced. On the elevation itself, there was previously stone material at the entry, and that has been replaced with horizontal siding in response to comments about materiality and it being a little bit overly complicated. So that comment has been addressed. Next page, please. There were also comments about window sizes and sun protection. A new trellis is added on the left side of the south elevation to shield the windows within that space. The windows have also been reduced and simplified at the rear elevation, south elevation of this plan. Next page, please. This identifies the small outdoor option space. Next page, please. Massing studies, renderings have been provided as requested. There is a front and a rear. Next page, please.
Oh, I wish I was there.
Sorry.
Are these actually zero edge pools? Are these covered pools? Or you don't know yet? This would not be covered, I guess.
You don't know yet. This is just an implication of the landscape. It's dashed on the landscape drawings as a proposed location. We've just put something as a proposed solution, but it's for future development.
The sun angle has been referenced here.
Keep going. Don't stop. Keep going, Aaron. Get us out of here.
Oh, sorry. Bob was speaking. I'm not sure if you could hear him, but he was saying that the sun angles here are representative of June 22nd to show how the sun with those trellises is protecting the interior spaces. This is at midday, 12 p.m.
Very good. All right, very good.
Next
Keep going.
Solar studies, again, I won't spend time on those. No changes to the color material other than the removal of that stone.
Mm-hmm.
Next page. Next, lighting, again, it's dark sky compliant and the locations have been identified on the building. And the next page will be the architectural details.
All right, when we jump into the site, can you actually go back and show us what you did on the roof? I mean, like, it's great that you're showing us what you changed, but I just want to address the things that you either did or didn't change as well. So did you do anything with the roof? There was a comment.
Right. If we could go to the roof plan, which is on page 13. Sorry, I was just so quickly going through this. The roof crack, it was located at the south side of the plan, and that ridge is now running continuous. There's no longer a break that was the concern by the board.
Okay, very good. You go back to the material board again, please. Okay, so the muslin color is the stucco, and then you've got this calico rock as your board and bat siding, the dark gray zinc roof, and okay, got it. All right, let's get into the site landscape items. Oh, actually, sorry, one more thing. Sorry, go back. There was discussion about cohesive windows throughout. Can you talk about that real quickly? Study the use of window sizes, shapes to be more cohesive throughout. Consider providing shade protection at larger windows.
So that was addressed at the rear elevation. That was where the comment really came up with the south elevation, I guess. We did incorporate that trellis, as I mentioned, on the left side and simplified the windows so that they have a more cohesive size across the rear.
And
Yeah.
I assume that the front door access will be discussed again on the landscape plan. So why don't we start there? Looks like you did the same work with the hammerhead that you did on the other projects. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, it's been softened, and again, the grading sections are also provided as requested.
Okay.
Being that this is a little bit more of a simple style home, we have just these separated large format paving slabs entering into the front door. Very, very, very simple, and again, repeated in the courtyard, and you know, very orthogonal kind of treatment and similar to the dashed-in pool. So not a dissimilar landscape, again, native, non-native Mediterraneans, which we will revise according to the comments that the public made and the board.
Can you give us an idea real quick, because this is hard to read, what these trees, that Quercus?
That is a multi-trunk coast live oak, and then above it and to the right, the trio of trees right there are, gosh, I'm sorry, I think it's Cotinus, but I'd have to move over to the plant list.
Which,
Yeah,
where's the plant list?
No, it's Cercis. Yeah, sorry, it's a white redbud.
Okay.
There was an interesting comment here. Use drop at south edge of pool instead of sloping site. You want to address that quickly?
So, I think.
Can't hear you, Aaron.
Can't hear you. You're gonna have to change your microphone or something. Try again.
All right.
Still can't hear you.
That's Martha. Martha, we're having trouble. You got very silent, very quiet. Barely.
Well,
There you go.
There you go.
right.
Go ahead.
Sorry, was not muted, but so the edge of the pool, we had a little retaining edge there. Now we had sloping away from the pool. Now we just have a drop at the pool. Again, this is a future improvement. So.
Okay. I think that covers all the items. There's one comment here. Include. Let's see. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, I think that gets us through it. So, anything else you guys want to present? Okay, very good.
No, I don't.
Yeah, good. Okay, I'm going to move us into public comment then. Or I'm sorry, questions by the board actually. So, Alex, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
John?
No.
Okay, Valerie, any questions?
No, thanks.
Okay, Chris?
No.
All right, public comment. I see that we have exhausted everybody. We have 0 people in the peanut gallery. So I don't see any hands raised or any public comment being called for. It's just us. Going once, going twice. All right, well, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back for any, I guess there's nothing really to respond to there. So if there's no further questions, why don't we get into our board comments. Valerie, how about if you start us off here?
I think my main comment would be that by the time I got out to do the site visit, the job trailer was closed, so I couldn't look at the color boards. And it looks to me on the computer that the stucco color could be darker, but it's hard to tell. Yeah.
Can you pull it? Yeah, the muslin color.
Yeah. I mean, I just feel in general, these houses can go darker than what you'd expect. They're going to get blasted with sun and they will look lighter than they are. most all the time. So going darker is good.
All right.
That's it. That's
Alex, thank you. Alex?
Yeah, I agree with the previous comment on the darker for all houses. This one addresses the sun much better. Still, sometimes you wonder why are the awnings on the north elevation where there is no sun. It's just, you know. But I'm not going to argue anymore. So I give up.
Don't give up. All right, next. John, you want to go next?
No, I've got nothing more to add.
All right, Mr. Chris.
Yep. So again, some of the same comments as we were bringing from the last one in terms of landscape lighting, stormwater and that sort of thing, just getting more information about that. And the only, I think, big difference for this one is, well, this is the one that was fully story poled, and it's sitting right out there on the edge of the ridge line. It's very prominent. So I think we need to request additional evergreen screening along the the western side of the house to help screen from, I guess, screen from the west. I think, you could, these red buds are deciduous, so in the wintertime, they're not going to do anything for screening. So I would request evergreen screening. I mean, even if you had higher canopies, it's going to help to block the roof, but you can still see underneath those canopies. So I think the big thing is just sort of reducing the perceived view of the mass on top of that hill. Does that make sense? Or am I sleeping, or am I still awake? No,
I understand.
Okay. Thank you, Martha.
Can you pop up the elevations again, Chris? That's good. Or go ahead if you have more comments. Sorry.
No, I think that's it. And I agree with the comment about the color. I like that color a lot, but I do think it could be darkened a little bit. That sort of mushroom color is nice. But that's all my comments. Josh, you said elevations?
Yeah, please, quickly. Obviously, it's the most prominent project out there. And I actually, I'm actually quite fine with the palette on this project. I think, hold on 1 second. Sorry, I had a teenage just interrupt this going on here. I have no problem with the palette, actually. I think it's a little bit balanced. You really could go a little bit darker with the plaster, but the majority of the house appears to be with the darker elements. Can you go to the other elevation? There we go. So the southern elevation is probably the one that's most prominent. So I guess it's the north side and the east side have the most predominant use of the board and bat, which is that darker color. So something to consider there. But having said that, you also have provided these trellis elements that are going to darken that southern elevation, which I think is something that's being asked of you. So I think that's a kind of a nice compromise with the shading. Maybe look at the trellis elements doing some of that work for us is probably a good balance. So I'm rather okay with this one. All right. Can
I just fine tune my comment briefly, real quick, Josh? Sorry. With regards to the screening, I'm just realizing that the west elevation is the garage, so we're kind of worse off. So that could be, Martha, like large shrubs and such. It doesn't have to be canopy trees, but something to help screen the garage, even if the other portion, the southern portion of that west elevation is, allowed the views and such, but I don't think anybody's going to want to look at those garages from across the canyon. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. And Steve, I think I know what you're going to ask me. I'll try and get ahead of you in this one. we're going to ask that this come back on preliminary final for review. The next
Josh,
next time we
really
see it.
quick. This is Tess. Just
Um,
did you have
yeah.
a comment on the trellis elements, or were you just saying that it looked like they were
Well,
they
I
were
feel
fine
like
as is?
that there's been comments throughout these last 3 projects that there's been concern about the exterior wall color, and there was a comment that had kind of come up and down in different times about how deep the eaves are or the shading elements around the building. And what I'm saying is that the trellis actually provides a lot of shade on the south elevation, which I think is going to darken the look of it. So I thought it was kind of a good measure to kind of mitigate the concern about the lighter color paint, which I would say this is kind of a medium tone gray, and then you've got trellis in front of it on the south elevation, which further keeps it dark. So I think you could actually run with this palette and satisfy everybody. But that's my comment. This project seems to have more shading devices on it than the other 2. So those shading elements really darken up that southern elevation, which is an important elevation from the public right of way down on the highway. So,
Mr. Chair,
right,
I agree with that comment. I mean, like
yeah.
you can see in that elevation, that's the prominent elevation, right there. And I don't see any shade on the front element, on the gable. You know, and I think that, that's okay.
Yeah, I see that too.
So, Alex, are you saying you want to see? Sorry, are you saying you want to see, Alex, more shade elements on the front elevation?
Yeah, in all of them, in every single one of them, on the south side, not on the north, on the south.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, Alex has been pretty consistent on that with all the projects. So Tess, that was what I was going to get to next, is get to you. Do you have any, right now would be a good time to just tidy up any of the comments you've heard today. Make sure that you have what you need before we close it out here.
I think I have everything I need. Sounds like a lot of the comments in the last 3, I think, are pretty similar, but I have some differences in each of them. So I think I'm good.
Okay. Well, I'll just say to everybody, this board has a pretty good track record of agonizing over our meeting notes, or meeting minutes rather. So at the next hearing, we will come back to these and make sure that we have these things right, which seems to be our kind of pattern. And the applicants are always invited to be a part of that conversation if you want to keep us on track there. So, all right, so I think that's it. Chris, I'm going to hand the baton back to you to close us out. Thank you for a good presentation today from the applicants, and thank you to all the public comments that came forward today.
What about the board members?
3 projects.
Do you get thanked?
I'll let you do that. You're the big poobah. You can do that for the whole day.
I'd like to thank all the board members today for participating in a very loving and kind way. All right.
And Leah for participating on her birthday. If you guys didn't know, it's Leah's birthday.
Oh, we
did.
Getting it into the record.
Happy 27th.
Yeah.
Oh,
you want us all to sing you happy birthday? Would that be good and embarrassing?
remember this is
There you
live on YouTube, so if you want it on the record forever.
Maybe we should adjourn first. All right. Does someone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Happy birthday. No.
To you.
Happy birthday to you.
Birthday, Delia.
Here we are. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
To you.
That was great, you
I
guys.
just realized I have my microphone muted. I'm such a dork. I'm sitting all by myself here.
I really hope that was recorded. That was great.
No, Leah, after some time, you'll be able to forget that.
Finish.
Yeah, sorry about that. Let's try it again. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, goodness.